The original intention of the film was just for my personal use, but I thought, with it being such a unique thing, that I'd like to offer it to anybody who wants to see it. On the first visit, Jack took us into his another room, a separate room, and there were these brown parcels full of artwork piled up, and he said to me, "You draw like I do." We were in the studio for 5 hours, you know, it was fantastic, and there's this, he's got this desk, and everything he's ever drawn has come from this desk, and then I would just go with the flow, and that's what this film is about. It's just a unique film of him.
He says, "I beat you." He says, "They say we came in under the dead heat." He says, "That's not true because I beat you." And the American said, "Well," he says, "if you like to think so," he says, "but I know the real story." He says, I know I clearly won that one." See? Well, Joe is 6'3", and I was a runt, see, from the Lower East Side. And being Joe's partner was an advantage to me because Joe was believable, you know, they would talk to Joe, and the Goodman brothers would get to know him. Martin Goodman owned Marvel at that time. He went to his mother and he says, "Look, Jackie got a job drawing." He says, "They're paying him for it, they're paying him money for drawing." He says, "Suppose I go with Jackie," he says, "and he says, they'll pay me money." He says, "I'll draw and they'll pay me money." He said, "I'll give the money to you," which we did. We gave it all to our mothers. They called me from Nassau. You know, I lived in Long Island. And they say, "Would you like to come down and draw these guys in training?" I swear, this is not a story. And I said, "Yes, of course, I'd love to come down." And
I'm interested in stealing some babies. I'm not saying that I'm trying to be good. Clearly,
Author Cindy Kep is writing on the edge. Books include Remnant in the Stars, The Loudest Actions, Lines of Succession, Mindstorm, Condemned Courier, the Yerushalayim series, and Animal Eye. Find author Cindy Kep at CKOEPP.com today.
Chaperone can get our number. The world's in slumber. Let's misbehave. There's something wild about you, child, that's so contagious. Let's be outrageous. Let's misbehave. When Adam won Eve's hand, he wouldn't stand for teasing. He didn't care about those apples out of season. They say the spring means just one thing to little lovebirds. We're not above birds. Let's misbehave.
Secrets. Trust. Worth. The bond between souls intertwined within otherworldly intrigue. Michaela Jade brings forth the Elite Warrior series, a collection of dark fantasy romance novels set in a twisted world where power lusts in the hearts of men and devotion seduces the souls of women. Warrior's Secret. Warrior's Trust. And Warrior's Worth. Available now at authormichaelajade.com.
In a world ravaged by monsters, a new evil has risen, poisoning the land and threatening humanity. Now, the Monster Matador, along with the meanest and baddest kaiju killers, have joined forces to kick its ass. Monster Matador, After Apocalypse.
From author Brian K. Morris comes a classic hero in a high-flying, fast-paced, and action-packed steampunk adventure. The original Skyman battles the Master of Steam with an introduction by comics icon and historian Roy Thomas. A Rising Tide, an Ace Comics publication. Available now in print or digital format on Amazon.com. From author Brian K. Morris comes a tale of irreverent holiday horror, told with much inappropriate humor. Dr. Victor Frankenstein creates the spirit of giving himself. Ho, ho, ho! Santastein, or the post-holiday Prometheus. Available at Amazon.com. Get your copy today.
So just sit right down, relax, open your ears real wide and say, give it to me straight, doctor, I can take it.
Chocks out from under the wheels. Flaps up. No offense, Margaret. Contact. We're off. Rum, rum.
Doctor, doctor, give me the news. I got a bad case of loving you. The doctor is in, baby. Welcome to CRoM Con 27, Part 2, simulcasting from Atlanta and Savannah. So, welcome everybody. We got Past Master Dan in the house. We've got Wilson Ramos in the house. Who else is hanging out around here? That is the mighty Sim Ink Slayer, Simon Poitier. Stephen Brown is joining us. And that's everybody I see for right now. We're hoping Fox doesn't break a hip on his way in here. He's on his way back to the convention floor down in Savannah. And I am going to post the link in the chat for the normal cast of characters. I can't pin it because it's not my YouTube channel. I'm hosting for Pops. So good to see everybody. If you missed the part 1, you missed a lot, man. We had a good time going on. Pops ran across some interesting characters. We've got Tank Ferret hanging down in the con floor along with World War. Hey, Stephen, welcome, buddy.
Hey.
Good to see you. Welcome back.
Thank you.
If you've got a project you want to shill and you want to come on in and shill it. I will absolutely give you the floor and let you do that with the understanding that anything that happens down live on the floor of Savannah Comic Con might get you bumped for a minute or two. So, don't break a hip. So let's see. Wilson Ramos is having his link posted by Past Master Dan, one of the fastest wrenches in the West. Appreciate you doing that, buddy.
Share something here real quick. It's a print I'm working on for my convention.
Okay. Checking it out.
No, why does it that she looks more orange on my other screen? I do not know.
No, she's perfectly colored here. Maybe your monitor's just dying or something. Who knows? So welcome back, Steve. Welcome back. Welcome back. And you know the rule. Get your ass on camera. It's a sorry dog that won't wag his own tail. Let's welcome the one and only Wilson Ramos. What's going on, buddy?
Not much. How's it going with you, Doc?
Going good, going good. Good to see you, man.
Good to see you.
What you got going on in Ramos Comics world?
Just lettering comics and spent some of the day editing video for my own YouTube channel that I've had sitting there for a while, and I figured let me start doing stuff with it.
Right?
I recorded stuff all the way back in 2018, and I didn't know what I was going to do with it. I just kept recording. So I have unboxing videos, I got sketching videos, I got a little bit of everything. I even have how-to videos because I was teaching a few courses as a guest teacher for some comic book courses. So once I get the okay to release those, I'll have some videos about how to letter comics and stuff like that. And so it was like, let me update some stuff because I just have it sitting there. A good
2018 is 4 years ago.
Exactly. And some of the stuff is like it's ready to go. I just have to make thumbnails, and I'm just being lazy at that point. So I just uploaded a few videos, and then at the same time I'm working on an Indiegogo campaign for a company that I'm doing work for called Apex Comics Group.
We know Apex.
So we're launching some stuff with that soon.
Now, what are you doing for Apex?
I'm the art director for all their books, but I'm mainly lettering comics.
Gotcha.
But as the art director, I'm the one that's responsible for some of the artwork that's going to go on to like the Indiegogo campaigns and stuff like that. So right now we're doing this sign-up sheets.
Yeah, if you're doing the lettering, that means you're editing as you go also, correct?
No. The work should be edited before the script comes to me for lettering.
Okay.
It'll go through the editorial process once again. you know,
usually,
commas, dots, and i's, and whatever, and spelling mistakes. But I am not, as a letterer, I am not responsible for correcting or changing any of the text. If I spot a mistake, I can mention it, but it should already have gone through the writer's editorial. Everyone should have got to look at it before it comes to me.
This is a true story. I did have a letterer that worked with me at Pocket Change Comics in '94, who saved us from a really bad. I don't even remember what it was, but he called the publisher in the middle of the night because letterer was the last one to get the pages.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, "Are you sure you want me to write exactly what is here?" And saved us from a big old boo boo. So.
Oh yeah, there's plenty of times where I'll spot something. I won't change it right away. I'll let the editor know, hey, please be aware that this is either incorrect, or sometimes it's just not going to fit on the page. It will give me, you get a really tiny panel. You don't have that much space to work on. And the books that I do as a freelance artist, I work for just about everybody. So you're also restricted on certain things. Like I do some books for Nickelodeon. I have to use a specific font that they approve, a font size, all that type of stuff. So each company has their own little nuances, and then each book has something within itself that you have to keep an eye with. And again, you just never know. But mistakes can still happen.
Wilson, do you do the special effects lettering also? The kabooms?
Yes.
All right.
Yes,
cool.
the sound effects are added. Some people are not aware of this, but the writer usually puts those in. They would like this particular sound effect or that particular sound effect, boom or crack a tomb or stuff like that.
Yes.
Or they'll make a suggestion, a car crash, what could be put here? Crash actually works well.
Yes.
And for those who are starting out, you do not have to put 20 apostrophes after something like boom.
Yeah.
A boom is fine. You don't have to have an apostrophe. But again, that's a stylized choice.
Do you remember back in the day when Jim Davis was starting out? He literally was the first one to have Garfield shoving Odie off the counter, and the sound effect was shove.
Nice.
All right, we got some stranger that popped in the back here.
I got this. Yeah. Once it's fixed, like the guy was saying, like it's a gem.
Hey, yo,
really
what's up? We are all packed up, and we're packed up, and we're heading out, and we'll set up. And as soon as we get set up, I'll be back out with you.
All right, buddy. See you then.
Good to see you, Pop.
All right. So we kicked. I've always wanted to kick Pops off his own show, and I just got to do it. So
excellent.
I feel
Good to have dreams.
I feel much better. But in all seriousness, man, I got a headache that would kill 10 ordinary men. I'm just telling you.
Sorry to hear about that.
So you got something you want to shill? You got a link you want to drop?
Yes. Let me get copy and paste this link. This is a comic book that currently. How am I? Do I drop it into the private chat?
Put it in private chat, and I'll drop it in the chat for you.
All right.
Or if you got a wrench, you can just do it on YouTube yourself.
Oh, I closed that YouTube thing because I didn't want to have hearing everybody echo in the background.
Right. I got you, bro. All right, there
so
you
this
go.
is the sign-up page for Colossus Rex. Now, back in time. There was a series of toys called the Outer Spacemen. They were bendy toys done by Colorforms. And the creator, Mel Bernkrant, had kept the rights afterwards. And these toys go back over 50 years ago. So he's been doing a new set of toys, and then some comic books were done with them. And so we have done a comic book story written by Fabian Nicieza, who was a longtime Marvel comic book writer.
Right.
Drawn by Chris Batista, longtime comic book artist.
Yeah.
I did the lettering for it, and this particular issue has a Mel Bernkrant variant cover. So the creator of the series did an alternate cover. for it. And this is
Very
the sign up.
nice.
So the book's already done. There's no waiting. Basically, we're just setting up the sign up now. And one of the toys that will be available as a perk is a glow in the dark version of Colossus Rex, who turns
Mm.
out to be the one character almost everybody remembers from this series. Like I never bought these toys as a kid, but I remember seeing them at conventions and stuff like that, and they had a unique look to them.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I had some of those when was little. I remember the playing with them so much the wires came through the knees and the elbows and
Yeah, I had bendy toys as well. I
yeah.
definitely had a Spider-Man one and a Batman one. But these were they kind of made a comeback, and then the comic book is really part of it. I always associate toys with comic books
Hmm.
because
Hmm.
He-Man had comic books, the
Hmm.
Superpowers collection had comic books. Even though the Secret Wars didn't come with a comic book, on the back of the card was a little comic book story.
Yeah.
And the shields, the Secret Wars shields, were they had little comic book inserts in them as well. So
Yeah.
to me, comics and toys go to go together quite well.
Yeah. And I'm thinking a lot of people, the popularity of the Silver Age and Golden Age stuff, people are craving that sequential art entertainment without having a message rammed down their throats. So people are really craving that again. And it's good to see these properties back in rotation and getting out there.
Yeah, and like I said, Fabian wrote it. He's classically trained
Hmm.
Marvel writer. Chris
Yeah.
Batista's been in the industry as long as I have, which is going on to almost 25 years now.
Right.
And again, it's one of those things where it is classic storytelling. My lettering is stuff that I learned from, like, reading Sam Rosen's lettering in classic Marvel books and stuff like that. So,
Hmm.
and,
Hmm.
and um, I worked for Marvel from college to 10 years once I got
Yeah.
into Marvel. So all I know is that type of comic book storytelling
Yeah. When
and
you
that
when
type
you
of comic art.
transitioned from the Ames lettering guide over to digital, what were the pros and the cons?
I actually, when I was working at Marvel, I came in as a intern working for the conventions department.
Hmm.
So I was more trained for advertising and promotions.
Okay.
While at Marvel, I learned to do coloring, and then I went to do lettering. So I never had done the hand lettering. So I went
Oh,
straight.
okay.
So I went straight to computer lettering.
Hmm.
But I was there for the hand coloring. So I did color guides. I classically did that, and
Yeah,
was there for the switch over to digital.
I
And
got.
it was a switch, but I was already learning those programs in college.
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
to me, switching from analog to digital was not hard.
Right on.
So I am not trained to letter by hand. I've always
Mhm.
wanted to sit down and do it. I don't even think I even own the Ames guide. I know I bought one. I know I bought one because I bought it when I had gotten the How to Draw Comics the Marvel Way. They
Hmm.
talk
Hmm.
about it, and
Yeah.
the Marvel Tryout book has a
Yeah.
whole section about hand
Yep.
lettering. But I
Yep.
never had to hand letter.
I had to learn how to do the hand lettering. I was a penciler for a couple of the small companies, and I don't remember which one it was, but the publisher contacted me dead of the night, and he goes, "We have a problem. The letterer has become unavailable for some reason. The pages are closest to you. I'm having them FedEx you. Can you letter this issue if I send you the script again?" I'm like, okay. There was no YouTube, no how tos. I literally called every artist I knew, and one of them finally gave me the right setting for the Ames lettering guide. Got out a fresh sheet of Bristol, and I did all the balloons, and then literally cut and pasted right onto the pages. And I discovered a weird thing, Wilson. I enjoyed lettering.
Mhm.
It was a hoot. I had a good time doing it. Yes, and where's the kaboom? There's supposed to be an earth shattering kaboom. Got to do those too, so that was a hoot.
That's nice. Yeah, I got into lettering. I kind of dropped into it because it was one of those situations where I interviewed to do some work for Central Park Media. They do
Hmm.
manga. I was trying to see if I could get production work there. And it's like, well, we don't really have anything for production, but can you do lettering? So I said, yes. Then I went right to my friends at Marvel and says, how do you do comic book lettering? Because as a freelancer, sometimes you got to take the job first and then learn how to do it. And this was back in the time that you could do that kind of a thing. And I had the connections, being able to, working at Marvel for years. I could call at that time, I could call up, come in for a day and learn how to do lettering. And I cut my teeth lettering manga because that was the work available.
Jack, speaking of what you just said, Jack Palance said one time in an interview that if a casting director calls you and says, hey, can you ride a horse? You always say yes, and then go learn how to ride a horse as fast as you can before you go on set. So can you do lettering? Yes, I absolutely can. Then go learn.
And that was something I was lucky working at Marvel's office, that I was able to talk to anybody and learn what they do and learn how to do it. Because my mindset was, I'm a freelancer. You got to know how to do all these things. So I learned how to color, how to letter, how to ink. I was doing background inks with Rich Perotta because he was teaching me how to do inks, and we lived nearby at the time. So I was able to go to his studio and do some inking. So it was, again, my mindset was, I'm a huge fan of the Silver Age and the Silver Age artists. And every one of those guys and girls could do every step if it was needed.
You got to be a utility infielder when you first move up to the big leagues. So knowing how to do a little bit of everything is a big plus. Stephen B taught himself to do everything because the biggies kept telling him, you're not ready yet. So he just went out and made his own intellectual property, Crypts and Legends, and book 1 has already funded and been printed and fulfilled. And so Crypts and Legends 2 is now up and running.
You want to see my process of what I did?
Sure.
And this page...
good to see you, Patrick.
I'll let you all see this page.
All right.
And I took everything off so I can show you the process.
Right.
So first I do this thing where I go up to image. I said image. There we go. Then I go over to mode and go to grayscale. And then I get to go to adjustment and darken my inks more so it doesn't look like that I inked them by hand. And brighten up the whites. And then I go back to color right here to so I can make all the inks off the background and onto another layer.
Right.
This is the ink layer, and right here you see is the ink layer.
Right.
And then I go back up here again, go to mode, and then go to CMYK color, which is what the printing company that I use.
They use CMYK.
Yeah. They want you to use that. They want you to use that setting. So I was like, okay. And after I did that, I started color.
I forgot what the K stands for. It's cyan, magenta, yellow, and
K is for black.
K is for black. There you go. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then I go into color. I cover everything down. Then needs color, and then I copy it. Copy my flats into another copy. Well, I cover my flats to a copy, and that's when I add the shadowing.
Right.
I want I want let's say I want light to come out of to come out of this area right here.
Mm-hmm.
So I create another layer to effects, integral.
There you go.
And now I got that. And here's all this stuff right here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Where I darken the well, I think a picture of it speaks 1,000 words. So
Mm-hmm. 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 There it is. And poof, just like that, you've got an eerily lit scene. Tanner Pops is already down in Savannah. They're just headed back to the convention floor from where they're staying. We did broadcast for an ungodly amount of hours this morning from the floor. Met some wonderful people, some wonderful creators, some wonderful cosplayers.
and then after that, the last thing I need to do is add text.
There it is. Bada bing, the making of a page. That's how you do it.
And this page, I don't know why it's still in the progress part, but I need to switch that to final.
Don't you have to merge it for it to be final?
No, that's the one thing I don't do in case
Okay.
I
I have to change something.
yeah, in case that's felt like a mistake, then that's when it's I can go back and fix it real quick.
Fantastic.
That's why everything is in a PDF.
Copy that. Copy that. All right, folks, there's the process. Crypts and Legends, Volume 2. Oh, no, they're heading to Dan's place to set up for the party tonight. Poolside. You know, I told this story this morning. I'm going to tell it again. Pops and I were talking last night after he had gotten down there, and he said, man, what's up with these bugs? And I forgot to warn him about the sand fleas that live in the low country, the lower Carolina coast and the Georgia coast. Sand fleas are like gnats. Everybody has gnats, right? But these bite, and they are ferocious. So he said, I don't know how we're going to have this party outdoors with all these bugs. I'm like, you better go get some Skin So Soft. If it's good enough for the Marine Corps to use it on Parris Island, it's good enough for you, buddy. So Wilson, your YouTube channel, you said you're going to be firing that bad boy back up. Did you drop the link for that so I can go subscribe?
Yes, there was a link dropped while I was still in the YouTube portion of it.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
And there are some stuff up there, a couple of reels and a few unboxing videos, unboxing some toys and unboxing some Amazing Spider-Mans, because it's like I'm on my slow journey to collecting Amazing Spider-Man and the things that I have and buying and stuff like that. And then I'm going through my stuff because on my TikTok I've been sharing my journey on how I started as an intern and then started working at Marvel. So I've been going through stuff that I've collected over the years. Things like here's some of my original color guides that I did over John Byrne. This was the Lost Gen comic book.
Yeah.
So this is the original color guide when I colored that issue. Fantastic. And this was like towards the end of colored guides, and then they were going to be switching over to computer coloring because older color guides would have markings all over it. It would usually be a pencil marking, and they'll have a code, and that code was to tell the color separator what these actual colors are.
Hold that up for us. Hold that up for us, Wilson. So check that out.
This one's from Spider Girl, Spider Woman. This is the last issue. And then
damn, that Spider-Man with boobs.
And this is the Lost Gens.
Very cool. So when you were doing the color, was that watercolor?
These were I went through two different processes. I started with what are called Tria markers. They were a alcohol-based marker system that had 3 types of nibs on it, and hence the name Tria. They were made by Pantone. The cool thing about it too is that you could attach your airbrush hose to it and use it to make airbrush images as well.
Right,
So I did
right.
that kind of colors, and then I would also use the classic Doc Martin dyes, and they were watercolor type dyes.
Yeah.
Those came in handy because just a little bit of water in it, it went a long way. So
Oh,
colors
yeah.
like yellow and reds and blues, where all Marvel characters are either red or blue superhero characters, or greens, and you would go through those colors really quickly. The great thing about the Tria markers is they were refillable.
Yeah.
So those were like the early refillable markers. Now you can use Copic and stuff like that. And then we switched over at that time to computer coloring.
Yeah. I think Glenn Fleming is still hand coloring Hatch using the Doc Martens wash technique. Just makes for that beautiful, soft, glowing colors. I love them.
And it's like I'm still using the same set that Marvel had bought me, the Tria markers, because at that time you just had to let Marvel know what you needed as an artist, and they bought the supplies.
Oh,
So
that's awesome.
They bought my set of supplies for coloring. And earlier we were talking about CMYK. I would like to show you a piece of art that does not exist anymore because they don't do this anymore. This is a proof that you would get from the printer. Okay, so here is the K, which is the black plate.
Yep. The separations.
Here's the magenta, the blue plate, the cyan.
Yep.
Magenta.
Yeah.
And the yellow plate.
Outstanding.
And that's basically how the CMYK thing worked. So this would be sent from the printers to Marvel, and then they would just mark it up what needs to be fixed. So there was a problem here. This is the name of the book on the top. Is usually was signed by, this is Joe Andriani who signed it. He was the editor of the project. And it was Journey into Mystery 513 when they were like redoing that title. And then at the end, once they were done, these were tossed out. So it's this production art that never gets seen or made anymore. Because now what we would get, and by now meaning a few years later, we would get what would be in-house a laser copy. This is when I was coloring Wolverine. And this was the proof that we would get right on staff. So we didn't have to wait for the printer to send anything. These could be printed right in the office, get checked, figured out, and then boom. It saved a ton of money from making, not only saved money from actually making these, but these would be FedEx back and forth.
Yes, indeed.
Like and when we used to send files, we used to send them either on before regular 3.5 discs, we were sending them with side quests, which were just huge, huge media. And and one side quest would only have like maybe a cover and maybe a couple of pages. So there would be stacks of side quest discs being mailed back and forth. So the computer age, in some cases, people lost their jobs. In other cases, tons of money was saved and then time. So you're not FedExing everything all over the place.
God, that's how I worked, and it was a nightmare.
I even got work because FedEx had lost color guides. So there was one weekend I had to color a 40-page comic book because FedEx lost the color guides. So I ended up coloring the Juggernaut special one shot. And I had to do that over the weekend. So that was a 40-page book. And it goes to print. We made it in on time, but they never switched the name. So the name is the old colorist's name in the book.
The FedEx days, the deadlines were grueling. You had to, as a penciler, be running about a page and a half a day because you still had to get it out the door to the inker, and then the inker had his time, and then it had to go to the scripter, and from the scripter to the letterer, and then to the editor, and then finally to the colorist, and there you go. So it was unbelievably hectic. Like you would literally already have the next workload on your desk or on your drawing table by the time you shipped out the pages you had just finished. It was like literally, Pharaoh was just up there with a whip. More bricks.
Basically, and the any corrections was done in the bullpen because there was no time to mail
Exactly.
anything back
But
out.
see, we didn't have the bullpen. We were small press, so
Right.
it was get it right or it goes to print wrong, but it's coming out. Oh, let's see, Stephen. What are you showing me here? Oh, I know what this scene is. I'm gonna hide it again because you're still working on that. Tanner, if you got something you want to shill, you are certainly welcome to come on in. Let me redrop the link. Oops, wrong link. I do that all the time.
Tanner mentions that he still likes color guides. I still do. I kind of miss doing color guides. They were again, it was so different being able to crank out a page in an hour as a color guide compared to doing it like 6 to 8 hours on the computer.
Yeah, and those separation prints are just priceless, man. You ought to have that thing framed. Or separation proofs, excuse me.
I've had so many over the years that I eventually have started selling them on my eBay page because there's just so much stuff all over the place after 30-something years of collecting and gathering. It's like, I got it.
So Pops wanted to send you a personal welcome there, Wilson.
Oh, thanks.
This is Patrick Seeley is Pops.
Oh, I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, and
behind the scenes secrets, excellent.
Yeah. Shh! Don't tell anybody. Pops is a hoot, man. We had a great time chatting yesterday. His trip down from northern Michigan to Savannah, Georgia. I may do a graphic novel about it. It was adventuresome. And now you're down. See, Pops is originally, he said, or lived for a long time out in Phoenix, Arizona. And he's always, the heat. Yeah. And every Southerner will tell you, yeah, okay, whatever. When you come down here, it's an entirely different kind of hot. 110 degrees in Phoenix versus 110 degrees on Paris Island are two different animals when you got 100% humidity. Okay. Sweat doesn't evaporate. You can't breathe. You have to literally run windshield wipers across your eyeballs because of the humidity. Now, I don't know if it's that hot down in Savannah right now, but I hope he gets at least one day of it so I never have to hear it again about desert heat. Because I did have a buddy. He lives in Charleston now. He had lived in Phoenix his whole life. And he was the same way. Always, you don't know hot till you're Phoenix and you get the heat inversion and this, blah, 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 blah. He moved to Charleston. I got a phone call. Dude, I am so sorry. You were right. How the hell do people breathe in this? We're a different breed in the South, baby. Let's see. Chris said you better make him sexy. Wait, who? What? What? I gotta make him sexy in the graphic novel. Yeah, we'll make him a busty lusty blonde riding down with Pops. It hadn't got that bad down there yet. I hope you get at least one day of it, bro. I want you to have one day of over 100 degrees and 100% humidity so you can experience it. So Pops, let me ask you. Yeah, the bugs. Add to that the sand fleas. Pops, how long before you guys are going to be set up down at the VIP party? I think this one tonight is for the first responders, EMTs, paramedics, fire department, and police department. They're hosting over at Dan's place from World War Hell. So hopefully they won't be too long setting up, and we'll have Pops on with us again. In the meantime, by the way, I plan on, I'm going to experiment with some hand coloring with my acrylics. I'm just going to cut them down to watercolor strength and do some hand coloring just to see if I could do it. Because, hey, welcome, Tanner. Good to see you, bud. Welcome.
Hey.
Look at that death stare. Tanner, can you hear me?
Patrick Seeley says the party got canceled.
Oh, well. But he'll be setting up. Okay. All right. And Tanner is just going to give us that I want to kill you look. And we're going to leave him right there. Let me text him. Because he's not hearing me either. Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me.
Hello?
Yep, I heard you. Can you hear me?
Hello?
I didn't know.
I don't know what the technical issue is. Somebody in chat, if you're more proficient with the tech, help him out.
Can you hear me?
Everybody nod your head.
Okay. Hey, how's everyone doing?
All right. Can you hear us?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay. What the hell was that all about?
I don't know. I'm always messing with my settings and everything.
I mean, my man was just giving us the death stare.
Oh, I was had the settings and everything were on there.
How you doing, bud?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
Doing great. Doing great. So tell us what you've got that you're putting out there into the world.
Well, on Thursday, I'm going to be launching Rin Intergalactic Mercenary.
All right.
I'm pretty excited about that one.
You got a link you want to share? You can throw it in private chat, and I'll make sure it gets out there for everybody.
Yeah, let me pull that up real quick.
And while you're doing that, tell everybody a little bit about yourself.
I'm Tanner Hurley. I'm the founder of Apothic Press. So we're kind of dedicated to, creepy horror, sci-fi, noir, all that kind of stuff. Our first book, flagship title, will be Rin. That'll be followed up with, hopefully, with Wolfpack Army. There's another one that's going to be coming out, and then we've got a whole slew of titles that we want to get out there. Fantastic. Hey, Rich, what's going on, brother?
Hello.
Who you got on your team with you there, Tanner?
I've got Edgar Wolf from Mexico City, and I've got Storm Patterson Edinger. She's our colorist, and then myself. I'm the writer and artist of Rin. Anyhow,
fantastic.
We meet again, Tanner Hurley.
Yes, we meet again.
Look, Tanner. I just want to show you something. Okay.
Yeah.
Don't do drugs. We love you, Rich.
He said nope.
He just knocked his shit off the desk. All right, where's that link for me, Tanner?
Oh yeah, let me grab that real quick. I get to talking, and
Tanner's all clean cut and everything. Then Rich comes in. Oh, Rich, come back! I didn't mean it. We love you.
He's back.
Hi, Rich. We love you.
Hi, Doc.
Rich is my buddy. We give each other hell.
Yes, we do.
I'll throw it in the chat here.
I was trying to gauge what my arch nemesis Tanner Hurley was going to do next. Unfortunately, my plans have been foiled.
The alpha males circle one another, hoping to win rights for breeding with the whole herd. And Pop says, "You're looking good there, Rich."
I always look good, motherfucker. It's nice to see my Marvel alumnus here today.
Excuse me, gentlemen.
Good to see you too, Rich.
Yeah,
I know. It's the same here otherwise, too, man. I'm fucking tired.
Wilson was trying to drop some clout, saying, "I know Rich Perotta," and everybody in the chat at the same time said, "Nobody
Big
cares."
fat hairy fucking deal that someone knows me. So it's either they owe me money or they want to kill me.
It's like nobody cares. Who's
no one
Rich
cares.
Perotta? Who's Rich?
Who gives a shit about him? Who is that fucking scrub?
We
Rich
love
Perotta is the inker on my first comic book.
Yeah,
my creator-owned comic book. I
So,
tricked
Rich,
them into inking for me. It's great.
Well, any of you guys that have ever inked before, by the way, this is the culprit I was telling you about. These are the Master's Touch multi-liners, and if you look, see where the cap ridge is?
Yeah.
Well, that's exactly where I hold a pen. So
That's a good
it has
thing.
done that.
That's a good thing.
Wow.
Isn't it?
I've got a blister / callus there that if it were in the water, it would have sunk the Titanic.
Oh my God, you poor man.
Shut up.
How do you
I don't know
that
how you deal with how do you live with that?
How do I live without you?
Without you, I could say something really gross and really
We know that
dirty
you can.
about what would happen if you decided to use that blister or callus for a different purpose.
Well, listen. I need $50 to make you holla. I get paid to do the wild thing.
5 to look at it, 10 for. Oh, all right, I gotta just stop. It's way too late in the day.
For you it is. It's in the wee hours there. It's almost midnight.
It's fucking midnight here, close to it.
Mm-hmm.
It's close to midnight, and something evil's lurking from the dark.
At your door.
At your door.
Yep. You try to scream. Oh,
who's flipping pops off? Who's flipping pops off?
Why did my finger was? Why did you do it, Michael? Michael, why did you do it? Listen, I gotta kind of agree with
why Black Dynamite? Why
with Dave Chappelle? Yeah, did he really do that though? I mean, because Macaulay Culkin, if anybody was going to get, I'm not going to post the disclaimer, Pops. I'm sorry. Wait a minute, let me find it. I gotta find overlays. If anybody was going to get, handled by Michael, it would have been Macaulay Culkin, and he said it didn't happen. So, but then at the same time, it's like, it's Michael Jackson.
Yeah, it's okay if he touched a few kids, just short some life, but it's Michael Jackson. Yeah, come on, man. I mean, yeah, he raped a bunch of girls, drugged them and everything, but come on, it's Bill Cosby. We wouldn't have Fat Albert without him. It's just like
it's the Jello pudding pop.
Jello pudding pop.
He tainted the pudding pops. So
I can't. In the Jello and it's good.
Oh my God, that's disgusting. That's funny.
Hey, Russell, that ain't cool. I saw you slip that girl a Mickey. That's all I can find. Pops, you don't get to backseat drive.
Holy shit! Oh man, I'm not gonna say a word. I'm just gonna sit here and just act. I am just gonna sit here and act innocent when I am not, but still.
Yeah. Because listen, you see this on the witness stand, ladies and gentlemen. He's guilty.
I'm going away.
He's going to San Quentin. He's headed to San Quentin.
Come on, that's a face you can trust.
Yeah, I mean, well, I'm going to go to jail.
He's going to the Isle of Man.
Whether it's because I'm too well endowed or talented or brilliant or well endowed,
all of the above,
or D, well endowed. You know, it's just
there's so much sex appeal on this panel right now.
Oh yeah, and Wilson's sucking all of it up because he's fucking gorgeous.
I was going to say,
sexy
it's
bastard.
a wonder the chat isn't overrun with. Just,
I know, with all these chicks, we should have been there. All of us gorgeous men should have been. I know, right? All of us gorgeous men's and stuff like that should have been around when the cosplayers were jumping around at that convention, because they would have like ovulated as soon as they saw all of this testosterone.
Rogue could have come back and hung out as long as she wanted to.
Rogue could have touched us for all she
and Wonder
wanted
Woman
to.
And Boba Fett.
Booby fart. Yeah, I dig her. She was hot.
Yeah.
Nice.
Stephen liked her
titty.
too. He immediately began a career as a professional stalker. All right, we have a guest popping on here. Let's see.
Not while I'm drinking liquid. Don't do that,
on, brother.
What's up? What's up?
Hey, boss. How you doing?
Hey, Pops.
How's it going?
We're waiting for Tank and Dan to get here and set up the computers if we're sitting in the car. But we have arrived. The party kind of look. Tank and I spent so much time today doing what we do that we didn't really invite anybody even over. You know, it's kind of an afterthought. It's like we were in the moment. We were in the moment, bro. We were like live. Tank was all over the place.
Listen, we remembered everything except the guests.
But you still got all of us. We're all going to be here, you know.
Yeah, but nobody cares.
Oh, fine.
Yeah.
You remember that guy's shirt today, right?
Huh? What?
Whose shirt?
That guy's shirt today?
Oh yeah.
See?
Breaking news. Nobody cares.
Okay.
That's a good
Wilson.
shirt.
Yes.
Wilson, how you
Yes,
doing?
sir.
It's nice
I'm
to meet you,
doing
man.
well,
Rich,
sir.
Rich,
Thank you.
Rich has told me a lot about you.
I didn't say a word. It's all true.
See, I'm glad to have you on the show. Welcome, and you are family. Rich considers you family. You're always welcome to come out to the madness.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here. Happy to finally be here on it live.
I am pleased that you were here on it
Why
live.
does it sound like someone has shoved their microphone down their pants and went for a jog?
It's probably from Pops when he showed up. That's when the interference started coming around.
Hold on, let's see. Look, suddenly it's peaceful. And then there's Pops.
All we got is the AC blowing in the car. It ain't like we're like.
Dude, you should hear it on this end.
Huh?
Yeah.
You should hear it on this end. It sounds like Hurricane Hugo.
How about
now? Hey, American Comics. That's much better.
How about now? Okay.
Oh, is that Chris with you?
Yeah.
Hey,
How you
Chris,
doing?
what's going on, buddy?
Keeping it busy, boss.
How was your day?
Oh, damn good. I got accomplished what we needed, and that's it.
All right. He made fat bank. He made enough to retire. So that's the last we'll ever see of Chris.
No, I tell you what, I wasn't there to make money. I was there to put out the Big Sexy Outdoors, the Gone Hunting game.
Yeah, there you go.
Everybody was freaking loving it. I got retailers are like, here's my card. I'm buying 6 of them guaranteed.
Nice.
You couldn't argue with it.
That's the way you do it, baby.
And when we launching that? On the 12th?
That the comic's on the 12th of this month. The game is in the mid-September.
Okay, so the Gone Hunting game will be in mid-September, but he was getting pre-orders today.
Yep.
Nice. That's the way you do it, baby.
Yeah.
And Pops, of course, was trying to flag down every good-looking woman he could find to get on the cam.
Hell yeah, this is my job, bro.
He
Entertainment, right?
He wants those screenshots of him with the woman,
Fuck, I don't blame him.
Her name is Amber Nova. She's a wrestler. Yeah. She's awesome. She was so sweet, man. You guys, dude, come on.
Yeah.
This is what it's all about, man. Networking, promoting each other, and getting eyes on what people do. I'm having a blast, man. Look, sitting in the chair at home and doing this show is fun. You guys know I have fun. I love doing it. Today was a different level.
Yeah.
It was a different level.
We could
flagging down cosplayers. And
we could tell you
Johnny
were having
Lawrence.
a good time.
Dude, Johnny Lawrence was the best.
Oh, he was cool. I'm pretty sure that Tank was not working. All right.
Oh, Tank worked.
Every
he only
time
sat down to draw for like 10 minutes at Chris's table.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm
He was
saying.
moving.
He's
No,
up
he was
walking around with a
networking,
rum
boy.
drink all the time, going, "Hi guys."
No, he was networking. He was all over the place.
Yeah, that's what they always say. Yeah, I was networking.
Dude.
When I would go to
I don't believe it
conferences,
for a second.
when I would go to conferences as a counselor, I would tell people that the reason I missed the plenary session is I was networking with some other recovery programs. No, I wasn't.
That means staring at boobies.
No, it means I was outside by the pool with
That's all you need.
a scotch and a cigar. Boobage.
Rich, did you go back and watch the first segment when Rogue came back to the table?
Mm-mm.
Oh, dude, you got to go back and watch, man.
Well, I got to find my lotion first, but yeah.
God. Oh, Rich.
Disclaimer, Doc, and use the right one.
I don't know.
Use the right one.
The right one.
The one with the graphics on it.
Like
you should make one just for me.
Yeah,
saying anything that Rich says on this show.
The things are so small.
The one that says Doc said, read it
Not
again.
small. Not small.
Yeah, I know what it says, Pops, but
Get on there.
you got 300 overlays here.
Okay,
and I
get
see
on there.
none of them.
Down toward the bottom, the disclaimer with the graphics.
Like a really thick candle.
Yeah, okay.
Salami.
Here's what I'm going to do, just because Pops said that. We're going
Kielbasa.
through every single overlay.
Kielbasa.
Hey, we needed that.
Nice.
Well, keep going. Don't stop now.
I'm going.
Yeah.
Backseat driver. Galactus says, "Fuck that shit." After planet-wide coronavirus. We're doomed.
We're doomed.
We're doomed.
We're doomed.
Pops art. Pops art.
Pops art.
Pops art.
Pops art.
Oh, it's pop art, my friend.
Pop art.
It's Rich art.
Frog
It's
G.
Rich art. Frog G.
Hatch.
It's Glenn Fleming's art.
There's Pops getting canceled.
Shit, we've been canceled. Damn.
Oh no, we're canceled.
Look, it's the comic standoff.
It's CG
Comic
Gandalf.
CG Gandalf.
There you go. There you go. Good stuff right
That
there.
is
Oh, look at
comic
that guy.
network.
Holy shit, he's pretty.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
That mullet really makes
So
it.
much
I'll tell you.
self-love.
I gotta
much
dig it.
self-love.
You have to dig the mullet. Gotta dig that
Believe
mullet.
it or not, Rich, all that hair was long. It
I
was
know,
just
right?
feathered a little bit, but it wasn't like mulleted out. It was
It was a
feathered.
mullet.
I had a mullet. I looked really fucking terrible. I had
That's
no
what
idea
I
what I
think
looked
about.
like.
Have some snot, yo.
It just needs snot.
Look at all
Bunch of
that.
grown men talking about snot. Comic books for kids. Madness Comic Network.
The definitive CRoM.
Happy
Definitive
birthday.
CRoM.
Hey, that
My
was in there
birthday's
twice.
coming up. I
That
need
is
to get
literally
something special
all
for
of them,
myself.
Pops. That's every overlay
Damn it.
for CRoM Con.
All right, I'll put it in there when I get my computer up.
Yeah, after telling me I did this shit wrong.
I thought I put it in there. I thought it was in every single one after you did Doc said read it again.
No, what you meant to say was, I'm sorry, Doc. You did the best you could with what you have.
I didn't mean to say I was sorry about anything. I don't bow, bitches.
Oh my god. Here's what I have to say to
So
that.
just sit right down, relax, open your ears real wide and say, give it to me straight, doctor, I can take it.
because it's obnoxious just the way it's meant to be.
Oh man,
I didn't see
I,
nothing.
I
I
have the
cannot tell
best.
it being so pretty.
I have the best intro in all of independent comics. I'm just saying.
It's nice that you have that, but I'm more worried about what Tanner Hurley is cooking up next. What's his evil plot going to be?
Well, I want Tanner to go to his campaign and share screen so we can show everybody.
I don't know. I think there's one of those hypnotic flashes that when he plays that campaign.
I'll be right back.
All right, Steven.
All right.
Wilson's sexing it up over there.
Wilson, you got to stroke your beard too, man. We have to be brothers united on this shit because I don't trust Tanner. Tanner Harley, whatever his fucking name is.
I gotta do what with my beard?
You have to stroke it like this, you simp. This way. Yes. Yes.
Come on, Tanner.
What could he do? No, Tanner cannot do it because we're all plotting against him.
Tanner's all clean cut and shit, and then there's us.
Yeah, I hate that he looks 1,000 times better than I do because I'm a jealous bastard. I don't know what it is. Me? I don't know what the fuck it is on my face.
I have a beard?
I gotta shave.
Oh my god! Oh my god! I definitely got to turn off the porn right now. Give me a minute. All right. Stepmother cream pie. No thanks.
So what do you guys? You guys are like at Dan's place, just waiting on him to get there.
Yeah.
You guys,
they had to stop and get beer and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, did you not take the time to go down to River Street?
No.
What's River Street?
Oh no, you did not. You do not go to Savannah, Georgia, without going to River Street.
I saw the Georgia Queen.
Okay, that's
I got a
one.
picture of her.
It was a big guy in a dress.
The cobblestone street down on the river. You didn't go down there?
No, we didn't know about
it. Well, the river's right. The convention center is on the river. Like I said, I got a picture of the Georgia Queen.
I understand. What I'm telling you
but
is,
we were at the convention center. We didn't go nowhere else.
Yeah, there's a whole street there that you need to see. It's called River Street. Ask anybody there, and some of the best seafood you'll ever have in your life is on that street.
This fucking guy, right? This fucking guy waits till they're ordering pizza and says seafood. This fucking guy.
Fresh oysters and scallops right out of the ocean.
No offense, Rich. Pizza's cool. Pizza's cool. No offense, Rich. But damn, Doc, you could have told us that yesterday.
I've been telling you for a month.
When I'm not here, it don't matter, dude. When I'm not here, it don't matter. Tell me when I'm here.
Good to see you.
Right?
Oh man, I'm a seafood fiend.
You
Yay.
and me both, brother. Listen, they are
Does he
in
like
my
long
own
walks?
waters.
Wow.
And
Does he
there
like
used to
long
be a
walks on the
place-
beach too?
Yeah, shut up. There used to be right across the river a place called the Broad River Seafood Company. They had a dock on the back of the restaurant where the boats pulled up and unloaded. It was that fresh. Uh-oh, we lost Pops. He fell. He fell. No fault of mine. Tanner, you got something for me?
Yeah, you see, is it on there on the screen?
You got to hit share screen.
I did.
And it's going to ask you like 2 more times to share your screen.
Okay, what's going on here?
Because it's not yet back here where I can access it.
Okay.
Oh man, a dozen fried oysters, and a dozen fried scallops with some horsey sauce. Here we go. Add the stream. There we go. Let's embiggenate this. And you got a video to play there?
Yeah, I'm just kind of scrolling through the page itself.
Okay.
This is basically what it's going to look like once I launch it and everything. I can share some of the comics here, the covers.
Fantastic. Oh, this looks good.
Looks good, man.
Oh,
in there.
Yeah.
Oh,
we've had you on
God,
CRoM Con before, haven't we?
Oh,
yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, I remember seeing this before.
I am barf.
And then I just added some of the preview pages. They haven't been colored yet.
So you had old Steph Wilson do one for you.
Oh, definitely.
You know, Rich Perotta is a huge Steph Wilson fan.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't get enough of him. He's the greatest artist I've ever fucking seen in my life. The greatest thing that it's ever.
Look at that thick ass girl, man. Go back up.
I mean,
Look
fuck
at that
John Byrne and George Perez.
Heck yeah.
I'm going right for Steph Wilson.
The Laser Wolf stuff. Oh my gosh, that guy is amazing.
That is the thickness. Hey, Brian Christgau, what are your thoughts on scallops, brother?
I don't like scallops very much.
Oh my God.
What?
Scallop's just a ball of grease, man. Give me some lobster.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
Thank you.
No, it's not.
Fuck.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Go to River Street and get some. You'll never say that again. I promise you.
Am I rolling you to death right now?
By the way, there used to be
River Street. It's hot. It's humid. Chris said he wants to go put a sweater on. He's fucking cold.
Yeah, whatever.
I'm from Pennsylvania, man. This ain't. Yeah.
Oh God, please let it be warm and humid there tomorrow, please, Lord. I want you to melt them. Listen, guys, ask
90
Dan.
degrees here. It's a little bit humid. I mean, come on,
dude. Yeah,
when you see Dan, ask him if Williams Brothers Seafood on Tybee Island is still operating. They have a very famous stuffed crab that is to die for.
I could eat that. I could eat a stuffed crab.
Oh, they
You
are
can keep
amazing.
them
stuffed crab.
Oh shit! We need a disclaimer for Chris now. Look,
Look what you did to me. I was an innocent. I used to be innocent.
I can't see them. I can't see the chat stuff. So you guys got to tell me what people are saying. What's up, Brian? Chris?
No, we don't.
Fried oysters are okay, but I gotta have them raw. No, I agree. The raw is good.
I like them raw. I like them fried.
Yeah.
Just
I
about
like
any
them
way
raw.
you want to do them, baby.
Yeah,
I
they're
did,
good.
however, there was a guy here locally.
Doc.
That,
Doc.
Yeah.
Send Brian the link, please.
It's in the chat.
Well, we're gonna have him join us.
He don't look at the chat on his own goddamn show. Send the link.
Oh my God.
Sea urchin is great too, although it's kind of a giant textured booger. Wow, that's a good visual. I appreciate that.
That is a true story. Chris,
That's what I want to read when I think about food.
Come on out here, buddy.
No.
I had a good thought and you drove it away, Pops. You.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I was going to say, no joke. Had a good friend of ours. He owned a barbecue place here in South Atlanta, and he got a hold of some bad oysters, and it killed him.
Oh,
So I haven't done raw oysters since that happened because he was just knocking them back, and had one of those things where alien just comes out of a stomach. So killed him dead. Let's see, I'm trying to. Yes, clip that. Oh.
See, Pops doesn't lie. See? Telling you the truth, yo.
All right.
Clip.
Glenn Fleming says to tell everyone hi, and while we're doing that, I'm going to bring Chris Gow in. Welcome, Brian. Chris Gow, 6 Gun Gorilla Man. What's going on, buddy?
Fine gentlemen.
Good to see you, sir. So, but before we take another dive, I'm going to embiggenate myself here and show off a little bit the great Glenn Fleming. I got his Jack Kirby Personal Journey, Words and Pictures, the DVD and book. It's a coffee table book. It is amazing. There is never before seen photographs and footage of Jack Kirby. I'm trying to find a good picture for you. Look at here. First of all, a young Glenn Fleming with the king of comics, the reason we're all here, the great Jack Kirby. So long story short, basically, Glenn Fleming, having more testosterone than all of us put together, just cold called Jack Kirby back in the 80s and said, mind if I swing by?
That's awesome.
And Jack's wife Roz said, yeah, come on by, have lunch. So twice our boy Glenn got to go and spend hours with Jack and his lovely wife Roz. And is that it? Yeah.
Incredible.
And
Incredible.
There's no interview on the DVD. It is a very simple recording of two guys having a conversation and Jack telling stories the way only Jack can do it. So it is
Doc,
amazing. It's available on Indiegogo. Go get it. Yes.
would you put the banner up that says smash the like and share the stream, please? And hello, Brian Christel. What's up, my friend? What's happening?
What's up, Pop, man? How did today go? I'm sorry that I missed it.
Oh, today was a blast. You have to go watch segment 1, dude. I swear to God, there is nut crunching humor, beautiful women, awesome cosplayers, and you got Pops and Chris. What else could you ask for?
We gave Pops a minor heart attack.
Minor, yes.
Oh man, so happy for you, man. You sound like you're having a blast. You look like you're having a blast.
We had a blast. Look, in the beginning, before I had my shit set up at the table, Chris goes online with these guys with his phone, comes over and tells me the stream went down. Your YouTube fucking fried. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, is it StreamYard cancel your account? Just just laid it on thick, and my dumb ass like, what? Fuck.
Yeah, we were hoping to catch an epic Pops meltdown on camera.
Oh man, that would not have been pretty.
But it did not happen. Let's get Pops up in his corner box. There we go.
I got my VIP passes for tomorrow. I will definitely be talking to Kurt Angle, Greg Land, Greg Bo Watson, the guitar dude from fucking Stranger Things. I mean the stunt double for the guitar dude from Stranger Things. We'll probably talk to Jason again. You guys saw Jason today. He's in Stranger Things and Black Panther 2. He was out here today. Jeremy Mace from the G.I. Joe Con, the guy that does the Joe Con, he was out with us. He's the one that supplied us the fucking setup that we used to get through today's show. So shout out to Jeremy. He's freaking awesome. Yeah. Chris got me here. Look, shout out to Chris. He's freaking awesome. All right.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, look, it's all good. And Tank and the boys are back, I think.
Yeah,
so,
I see somebody with the truck there, but
give us a little time to get this shit set up, and we'll be back. Brian, hang out, man. I'll be back.
I will. Hell yeah, brother.
All right, bro.
Oh man.
In the meantime, the madness drives on.
The madness.
Oh, Glenn, you are
Madness,
very welcome.
How you guys doing? What's up?
Oh my God, they found some white trash.
What up?
Yeah, but what are the rest of them drinking?
Hey, that's enough for us. What are you guys drinking? All right, we'll get set up and we'll be back out, man.
All right, Rich. What's your name? Pops. See you later.
Yeah,
get the hell out of here,
All
old man. Go. Taking over your show.
Oh man. Oh.
Yeah, the old guy calls me the old man. I love that shit. I love it.
Oh man, he looks like he's
get out of
having
here
fun.
with your crusty old ass.
He looks
Get
like he's
outta
having
here.
fun, man. That's like that was like the main thing. I was hoping he'd go and have fun and not stress, because the thing is like when you're working a convention or tabling a convention, it's important to have fun because then people want to hang out with you.
Oh, absolutely.
And by the way, if you don't make it fun for yourself, you will die of either a stroke or a ruptured ulcer.
Yeah, screw that.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I have I've only done one con as a comic book artist, and that was way back in '94 at Dragon Con, right? Mm-hmm. It was stressful. But I've done a lot of art showings at galleries. And I've told this story before, and it's an absolute true story. The first two that I ever had were like at fairly major galleries, and I did not want to talk to people, so I hired somebody for the night to meet me.
That's great.
Just go to the show, tell them you're me, talk to them about the art, and be obscure. Because I didn't want to be there. I don't
Right.
enjoy them. They're stressful.
Right. Well, I mean, it takes practice, right? Like I had to learn my convention hustle. I think maybe it helps. Like the general advice that people give, and I'm not going to contradict that, is to start small, right?
Mm-hmm.
Go to like a little tiny Comic Con in a library, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or at the local VFW or someplace like that, right? And just to give it, just to kind of like go through the routine, get a feel for it. My very first convention, New York Comic Con. Boom!
Yeah.
Right into the deep end, brother. Right into the deep end. And
Jesus H. Christ, how'd you manage that?
You know what the only difference between a convention and gallery showings is, right?
Yeah.
The cosplayers. That's the only damn difference.
Right.
You're
I was
just
about to
showing
say
art.
more chicks with big boobs, you know,
Yeah.
but see,
Well, you get some pretty hot ones at gallery showings too.
I try to explain this.
Kinda.
I try to explain this to like some of the youngins, right? But back in the Disney, right? Like in the 80s, if you went to a comic book convention, there were no chicks. No chicks
Right.
whatsoever.
Right.
It was nothing but dudes with really bad complexions and very questionable personal hygiene. I mean, those places got funky.
Well, I mean,
right?
that describes the women at gallery showings as well. Just saying.
But I mean, there's like chicks everywhere. And it's just like, first of all, this is cool because it expands the fandom, but also I'm not just looking at dudes all day.
Right. Because that's some scenery you're only subjected to in boot camp, and that's against your will.
Yeah, I just no, not for me, right? And but yeah, first convention was a New York Comic Con, and luckily I had a friend who was experienced with conventions, and he kind of held my hand through the process and helped me get my convention hustle down. And the main secret to convention hustle is just to be open, be yourself. I've always wanted to do a panel where like people who are experienced with doing conventions, we could give advice to people that are like maybe like about to do their first one and they're nervous and everything, right?
Yep.
And I had
that's a great video to do, Brian.
Yeah, I mean, I've been thinking about it, but the thing is like I don't want to just like make it like my experiences, but like a bunch of people who have maybe had as much experience or more, better yet, more experience than I've had.
Oh,
right?
Let's see if we can get Chuck Dixon to volunteer.
Yeah, or Mike, man. Yeah,
Chuck Dixon had some great stories about his because I was asking him, what's the weirdest one you've ever had come up to you at a convention? He told us about this guy that literally just went and grabbed a chair, cut in line to the very front, and sat down and proceeded to tell everybody, including Chuck, about Chuck's own life. When they would ask him a question, he would go, "No, that's not what you said in Wizard issue number whatever." So he had somebody with him that saved him from that. But he did share this too, that he is always approachable, always personable, is always willing to answer the same questions over and over and over again.
You have to be.
Because that person asking you, that might be your 1,000th time answering the question, but that's their first time asking it. Right.
So, and also they probably have a question prepared because they're nervous as hell meeting you for the first time.
Mm-hmm. He also said this, and I thought it was very good. He goes, "I will also answer the question they didn't ask."
That's lovely. That's lovely.
Nice.
Sim, who's in the chat, had like the best experience ever with a
OTA.
Yeah, he had the best experience ever with Jean Girard with Mobius. He was at a convention and he was like checking out the artwork, and this guy comes up next to him and he's just like, "So what do you think about this?" And so they start to have a big discussion about the art that they're looking at and everything, and they're just bullshitting for like a half an hour. And then the guy's like, "Okay, enjoy the rest of the show. Nice talking to you, man," and takes off. And then Sim's friend is just like, Like, you know who that was that you were just talking to, right? Yeah.
Who was he talking to?
Yeah. It was Mobius. It was Jean Giraud, right?
Yeah.
And so then he's
wow.
kicking himself in the ass because he's just like, damn it, right? But then he realizes later, of course, he had the better experience than he would have had than if he had known who he was, because then he would have been like, hamina.
Yep.
And being starstruck and geeking out and all that stuff. Because it's hard to meet some of these people and not geek out.
Yep. Now, I'm not going to mention any names, but I was on Artist Alley at Dragon Con, and I was with two big indie creators. I should say they later became very huge indie creators. And they were steadily drawing caricatures of this very big name artist who had an ego to match.
Oh, shit.
And selling them and getting the biggest laughs out of them. And that's the first time I ever saw, or it ever entered my mind, that, you mean it's not all one big loving brotherhood? Because they did not like this person at all.
Well, look, there are some people who I won't approach at conventions, who I'm very big fans of. I'm very big fans of their work. I would never approach John Byrne. I would never approach Kurt Busiek.
Why not approach John Byrne? What's wrong with him?
He has a bad reputation.
Oh, he does? Okay. No, I wasn't questioning you. I was just questioning that theory.
Yeah. Huge, incredible.
He can be a little short with people.
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Hand him a Snickers bar, though. Trust me.
Keep drawing the same panels over and over there, JB.
Yeah.
And maybe you should draw children like them, what they look like instead of adults.
I know.
I met George Perez backstage at Dragon Con.
Yeah.
May he rest in peace.
When he had the afro.
He had an afro. Oh, that's right. He wasn't bald.
He had the afro.
Oh, not back then.
He had the loud Hawaiian shirt on.
Right.
He was the nicest guy in the world. He had nothing to do better than to stand there and talk to a nobody like me. And he said, "You want something to drink?" And I said, "Well, sure, So he took us into the VIP little snack room, right? They have a nice... Artist Alley had this little shit room with a fold-out lunchroom table and some canned Cokes on it, right? That's all we had. Well, he takes me in this big, nice room with couches and chairs. There's hors d'oeuvres and blah. And I go in, and this certain unnamed big name came in and goes, "Are you supposed to be back here?" And he grabs my little pass and looks at it. And George Perez goes, "He's with me." I was like,
Right.
I'm not worthy.
Well, that's the thing, is everybody who is a professional in the business, they don't necessarily actually remember where they came from.
Right.
But the ones who do realize, like that they're all fans first.
Yeah. I think the guys who have really slaved away to get there versus the overnight sensations, same as in movies, as in music, as in art. Right. If you worked hard for it, you're a little bit more understanding of the people that approach you. If you flash in the pan, your ego's way too big. That's your big ass head needs training wheels to get down the hall.
Well, it's like in professional wrestling, they call it marking yourself, right?
Yeah.
Because in professional wrestling, they use the same terminology as in carny culture, right? So the customers are marks. And so marking yourself is basically when you start to believe your own hype. You start to fall for your own bullshit.
Yep.
And that's one of the most unseemly things that you could possibly do. And then you look at people like that and you're like, "There before the grace of God go I." And then it's just like, and then you see other people. I remember at the East Coast Comic Con, Simon Bisley's table was like to the right of me, like down a bit, right?
Right.
And it was just a party nonstop. And I'm seeing beers going around. I'm seeing bottles of hard liquor being opened. I mean, it was depraved, right?
I like depraved.
And I was like, yeah, no, it was totally disgraceful, right? Disgraceful behavior. And I'm just looking at this. I'm just like, okay, that's how you hang out with your fans, right there.
Yeah. Yeah, no doubt, no doubt.
No doubt.
Never forget from whence you came. Know your own worth, but be humble.
Oh, dude.
That is true.
Humility is one of the greatest gifts that you can give yourself.
Yeah.
And
Guys, I will be. Forgive me, I didn't mean to interrupt. I'll be back in a few minutes.
All right, Rich. So I was at a convention that was not a comic convention. My counseling days, every 2 years, you have to go get your CEUs, continuing education units. So we go to these big conferences and you get all your credits there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the plenary speaker was Dr. Drew.
Oh,
and he comes in and he makes a speech, and it's boring as hell because he's saying the same thing we all already do and we all already know. Right. It's a building full of counselors. And so when it's over, he's in the foyer with his bodyguard, and he has a line of people to get his autograph, and his bodyguard stops me as I'm walking out to go outside and smoke. And he says, if you want an autograph, you have to get in line. I said, why the hell would I want his autograph? We do the same damn job. And I just walk past him. Don't miss me with that.
Yeah.
We do the same job.
Exactly.
You're just making more money than I am because you're prettier.
I don't know that he had a goon squad, though. Dr. Drew's got a goon squad.
Dr. Drew had a bodyguard, and he had a state trooper on his
oh my God.
on his detail. And one of my buddies that was a counselor, he stood out there and talked to him for a while. And he goes, yeah, he's a nice guy, and he's not any different than the rest of us. He goes, but that is quite the ego boost to have an entourage walking around with you. You know?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's unseemly too, right? It's oh God, it's just disgusting.
Well, you can kind of understand it if you've ever worked in mental health.
I have. I'm just about to go back to working in mental health, actually.
Yeah, I came pretty close to wanting to go back. My professor in college gave us this advice. He said, never practice in the town you live in. You will never get a moment's peace. You can't go out to a restaurant. You can't go out in public because, your rule is, I would always tell my clients, if we run into each other in public, I'm never going to recognize you. I'm not being rude. But if you don't speak to me first, I'm not going to speak to you because I don't want to embarrass you. I don't want someone to go,
right.
Who is that? Oh, that's my heroin counselor.
Right.
You don't do that to people.
Yeah.
Well, I had a client that discovered that at the end of the day, I would go to the Waffle House, get a cup of coffee, and do my charting on a little laptop. And he discovered that, and he came in, and he plunked down in the booth. And he goes, well, now let me ask you this right here. And he proceeds to want to continue the session. Well, I got out of that one. The next time he came in, he plunked down, and he said, well, I just want to ask you this. And I said, you put $150 on the table, I give you another hour. Otherwise, and he said, I thought we were friends. I said, you're coming to me to learn how to respect boundaries.
Right.
This is a boundary.
Right.
We're not friends.
Exactly. That person is a consumer and a client.
Yeah.
And you are providing a service.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that's not to say that I haven't gotten friendly with some of the people that I worked with, but also that's a little bit kind of like what I do. Like I'm a certified peer support specialist.
Okay. All right.
That's to say, my whole role is that I'm not a doctor.
Right.
Mm-hmm. But I'm like a consumer myself, so they can come to me and I'm somebody that can help them. That's not a doctor.
Right.
So it's just like, I'm just a dude.
I'm big on peer support.
Yeah. Dude. Yeah. For the past 10 years, I've been involved with my local depression bipolar support group.
Yeah. You cannot argue with the success and the results of NA and AA.
Oh my God. It's just like, and the thing is, it's like when people first come in the door, they're very often like toe up. Right? Like they just got out of the hospital after like a suicide attempt or something like that.
Yeah.
And it hurts to look at them. And then like third, fourth time they show up, they're like hugging people and they're smiling. And it's just like, it's the best, man.
Yeah. Look, we can't start talking shop though, Brian.
No, I know.
We'll drag everybody down. We're here to shill some comic books, by God.
Yeah.
So Chris Cal, what do you got to shill?
What have I got to shill? I got jack shit to shill. That's what I got. No, I got the Second Chance campaign for Six Gun Gorilla number 8, Cemetery Without Crosses, on Kickstarter, and there's 8 days, about a week left.
Yeah,
and
if you go to Kickstarter, folks, and just type in Six Gun Gorilla, it will come up.
Yes, it will, and I closed out the Indiegogo campaign. A little bit under 20K. So
Congrats.
it's just like, okay, well, I'm not doing the kind of numbers where I could do this for a living, but and
getting there.
Thanks, Tanner. But it's still well, it's just funny because that's just the way that the human mind works. Is you're just kind of like, God damn it, I should be making 50. I should be making 100.
Yes.
I deserve that success. Me. And then I see like some of my comrades who are struggling to make even like 3K, 4K, 5K.
Absolutely.
And then that's when I tell myself to drink a big cold chilly glass of shut the fuck up juice.
Yes. There's you said that's not fair. I have something I live by, and it's as simple as this: I never ever say that's not fair.
Right.
Because if I really got, and all of us would admit, if we got what was really fair, what we actually deserved, thinking about shit we've gotten away with, no, I don't. No, thank you, Lord. I don't want fair.
That's the truth right there.
I'm good where I'm at right now, baby.
Don't put that juju on me, Ricky Bobby.
Yes.
Well, it's just like I had a client once. Not to get back into this, but I had a client once who's just like, Mr. Brian, you're really patient. I'm like, I better be. God should be patient with me. I better be patient with you and like everybody else.
Exactly right. Exactly. Let me just back down off this. The world owes me something.
Yes.
Because it owes you fuck all. Nothing.
That's totally true. But it's and times are tough right now. People, the economy is FUBAR. People don't have money to spend $25 on a comic book. A lot of people don't, and I can't back everything that I want to back.
I can't either, and it drives me nuts because I want to back everything I see.
I know there's so much amazing work out there.
Yeah,
it's just like I mean, book after book after book after book, and when I hear people saying like for instance with Comicsgate books, like they don't deliver, right? I've gotten 9 out of 10, right? And the thing is like, do people deliver books late? Yeah, on average. But as long as the book is good, I don't mind.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And, that's the thing, too. I said this from Jump Street. When I came back into this, I did comics in the 90s. I'm back now. And what I said was, nobody knows me. If Ethan is late, you're going to get a good product. Just be patient. But nobody knows me.
Hey, guys, I got to go. Sorry to interrupt.
All right, Tanner.
Hey, nice meeting you, Tanner.
Nice meeting you as well.
Take care of yourself, brother, and we'll see you again soon.
Heck yeah. You guys have a good night.
You too. But I said, nobody knows me. So it's a big ask for me to say, just be patient and wait. And I promise you I'll get this book, but fund me first.
Right.
You don't know me. I don't have that track record to fall back on.
Right.
So I decided my book will be 100% done, ready to ship out the door before I even launch the campaign for the first one.
Yes.
If you like what you see, then maybe I might launch a little bit early next time. Halfway done with the book, I'll launch because I'm going to deliver the product I say I am.
Yep.
And then that stress comes in and goes, yeah, but are you really that good, Doc?
That's not for you to decide. That's for other people to decide.
Yes,
right?
Yes. But that's when you have to say, yes, by God, I am that good.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, I'm not good at taking compliments personally. I've been lucky. People have been nice. I've got nothing but good reviews. So, knock on wood. What up, Shadow?
Tank Ferret.
What's up, Brian?
No, it's Tank.
How you doing?
Good, man. Better now that you're here.
Awesome. I'm glad to hear it.
Your microphone is way too loud.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just yelling.
Yeah, don't
Yeah, my bad. Yeah, we had a great day at the con today. CRoM Con exploded.
Show them what's about to happen.
Your pop's in the background instigating trouble.
Yeah, he is. No, I don't want to go on camera right now. I'm about to go simulate a zero-G environment and rest my dogs.
Okay, all right.
Pop's got eaten by an alligator. Sorry.
Well, we predicted that this morning. So who had eaten by an alligator versus death by malaria? So Tank, we all saw you cruising around the convention with your rum drink, pretending to work.
Man, it was a great day. It was a great day. A lot of awesome stuff happened today. It was just absolutely fantastic. Man.
Great. So we're looking forward to having a full debrief.
We got some very good networking was done today, and as all y'all saw, there were some amazing people that we got out to come say hello. The amazing cosplay. Oh my goodness, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Pops killed it today.
You heard him.
That's the ghost of Pop. He's really in an alligator's belly.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, that's more appropriate. There you go.
So, hey, Brian,
Hi, Brian.
I turn it over to you for a minute so I can go grab some coffee?
What was that?
Go get coffee.
Quarterback a little bit. I'm going to go get some coffee.
Heck yeah.
No, I'm going to hand it off to Pops.
All right.
I'll see y'all in a minute. I'm going to take a dive.
All right.
Whoop.
What up? What up, Pops?
Hey, Pops.
I think Liam got lost, man. He went to get cups.
Oh, man. So, again, brother, so happy to see that you are having fun. That's what it's about.
There is no substitute for doing this show at a con. Okay, as much fun as I have sitting in my house when we get you guys all out here, this has been a blast, man. And yeah, that was Tank walking by without a shirt on.
Welcome.
Zeke.
Huh?
He's packing up the Zeke.
Yeah, he's got guns, man. Guns.
Rocking the 9.
Yeah, Willingers.
So, y'all, can y'all read that?
Oh, yeah. Oh, snap. Be careful with that stuff, man. Be really careful with that.
Want to tell him what we're going to...
You tell him what to do. I ain't going to lie to him.
A little of that stuff goes a long way.
Actually,
you want some more pizza, man?
Tank bought that bottle for cleaning his little character, his little teeny tiny scalpel zeros and all those from the game.
Wait a minute. I thought we were using that to get the gator drunk before we wrote it.
We can do both.
Yeah, there's a lot of Everclear there. We can do both.
Because I'm,
Yeah, right there, you guys. Right there. There's a pond with the alligator in it. Like 40 yards away.
Oh, my God.
And the ocean's right out there. And there's this field, like high brown grass, but you can see the tunnels where the alligators move fast through that shit, right?
So I'm gonna need about a third of that to get on the gator. Then I'll need to give the gator about a third of that. So you'll have a third for the minis.
That's plenty.
That's plenty.
I'll reuse it in a little wash station.
Okay.
But here's the thing. I have a little problem with that scenario. What if the alligator is an angry drunk?
It'll be like I'm married to it.
What a great question, man. That's why I have you guys on the show. You guys bring it. You bring it.
Yeah.
Hi, Glenn.
Sedate it first.
What's up, Glenn?
Fleming?
Yeah.
They won.
He's in the chat. He's in the chat, yeah.
Hey, Glenn.
Hey, want to say hi, Glenn?
Glenn actually left. He said he had to turn in.
Yeah, but we know how that works with Glenn. 15 minutes later, he's back in the chat. So
yeah. So I did not know that Strathmore makes a blue line paper So I ordered some. I used Strathmore.
That's a good question.
Isn't that those things?
Did you know that,
Wait
Don?
on that, Doc.
I did not know. I did not know. I would either order Blue Line from Blue Line.
Miniature branches. So,
Or is it a cat? Actually, it's a light. It's a
Or
light.
just Strathmore. So I'm tickled to have found this. Let's see if it's any good. I love it when Amazon delivers.
What did Amazon deliver?
You got what you got there?
Oh, it's the Strathmore Bristol Blue Line.
Oh, you got the good stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've used that before. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Brian, I need you to do me a favor, buddy. You hear me, Brian? I need you to do me a favor, bud.
Yeah, I can do.
I have Fiendish in a box. I haven't unboxed it yet.
Yes.
I want to have Rini out on the show tomorrow sometime to unbox it.
Okay.
You get so many messages that, it's like really hard to get to her, but you seem to have a good rapport, so throw in a good word for me. Tell her I want her to be there live when I open that thing. I want her to see my face and my joy and all that. That's what it's about.
Approximately what time?
Anytime between 11 and 6 or, whatever, 5, 6, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'll definitely try to convey that message, sure. Rini's like good people.
I know, you send her the link to the show and tell her they want you to come out because Pops wants to unopen.
I would say so.
The Fiendish campaign.
Yeah,
live.
Those are due, so we'll try to convey that message. But keep in mind, she's busy. She's a rock star,
I know she's busy. That's why I'm going through you, bro, because you're also a rock star. You see what I'm saying?
No, not even close. Not even close. The artist, that's the thing, man. Even though the medium right now is very writer-driven.
No, I'm very confused right here.
The artists are always going to be the rock stars, in my opinion.
General area, just
at least 55 to 60, 40.
Yeah. All right, Buck Angel, he's the man with the prison.
I still love writers. What can I tell you? It's the story that gets me. Bro.
These guys are talking about Buck Angel.
Yeah, let Tank.
Yeah, they're talking about Bud Angel in the background. Yes, they are.
About Buck Angel, man. He's so manly, he don't need a penis. Just gets in the way.
Oh my God!
Now you see, it's just like I'm thinking, like, man,
disclaimer.
These dudes are.
I'm not on my computer. I can't put it up.
They're total deviants. It's like these guys are total deviants for knowing who Buck Angel is. But then I'm like, but I know who Buck Angel is too.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Listen, you can't get a bunch of guys having had a good day with a lot of beer and a swimming pool and not expect to hear some conversation.
There's more sausage here than on the pizza.
Now, okay, here's the thing that messes me up though. There's a alligator about what, like
right now I got the cyanide in half and he's late.
40 yards away.
40 yards away.
40 yards. Yeah.
What happens if he's just like, man, I'm sick and tired of hanging out in this pond. I think I'll go hang out in that pond just for like a change of pace.
Then we'll throw a tank in.
And jumps in the pool with you.
We'll throw a tank in with him.
Well, Pops, I don't know now. It's usually the smallest guy that gets sacrificed.
Yeah, but I'm also the fastest, so that shit ain't happening.
I can imagine Pops like booking if he had like the right inspiration.
No, just a couple weeks ago we were at a family gathering, right? And the kids were all playing tag, and they ran up and tagged me. So I went and tagged my son and took off running. And it took him a little while to catch me, bro. It wasn't like he just took a few steps and got me. It was through between cars, running around the yard and shit. I can still move, man. I can still move.
Let me tell you something.
I can't imagine your stamina is too good, given how much you smoke.
I'm old, I'm fat, and I smoke. So
all you got to do is take a knee. You don't got to roll around on the ground with him, right?
I will not run for recreation, but I promise you, if a gator gets after it, you would not be the quickest guy on scene.
Oh yeah, I would.
No.
Yeah, I would.
Beats don't fail me now.
I literally become a cartoon character, leaving a little smoke outline of myself.
It's like this, Doc. I have wheels, bro. I played left field, played softball till I was 47.
Huh.
I got wheels, all right? I played left field. I wasn't like standing on first base, bro. I was out there running. I can run.
Yeah.
All right, here's my question. Does anybody have any books to pick? We're sort of like co-opting the conversation while Wilson and Steven are just kind of just like hanging out.
We have been shilling and pimping everything we can.
How about we talk about Six Gun Gorilla for a minute? How about that?
Okay, we can do that.
Oh, you knew that was a rumor.
Do that too. Haven't gotten these.
Not really, but
pretty much finished fulfilling on the.
Hold that back up so Doc can embiggen you. I don't got no controls here, Doc. I'm on Tank's computer.
Hold on.
Hold that back up so Doc can embiggen you. Show the world that look beautiful Pete.
I am working this thing. Hold on just a second here.
Look at your time, brother.
I'll tell you
There
what.
we go.
Yeah, look at that. Tank, you seen this? You seen Brian's Six Gun?
Oh, dude, I love Six Gun Gorilla, man.
The model.
Yes.
Yeah, it's badass.
I know you're a 3D printing guy. I'll send you the files.
There you go.
Oh, what'd you say? What'd you say, Brian?
I'll send him the files if he wants to make his own.
He said he'll send you the file if you want to make one.
Dude, I'll trade. I'll trade him a Scalpel Zero for a Six Gun Gorilla.
There you go.
Done deal. Because I still haven't had these manufactured yet. Once I have these manufactured, I'm done. Like,
I love that. Yeah, absolutely. Dude, seriously.
On the Preston actually just
somebody else's stuff.
How do you get something like that manufactured?
Original art. Because there was an original art tier, and that's one of the old campaigns.
Just pulling up some of the work.
Right. But yeah, so the only backers that are still waiting on anything from me are the people that are waiting for their miniatures, and the people that are waiting for their original art from the comic, right? And Preston sent me like a bunch of pages, like extra pages, like pages. It's in addition to the ones that he was supposed to send. And what we're going to do is we're going to include those in with people's
protection. And they got the other guy. He got one.
Oh yeah, I'll be right back, guys.
All right. It's our way of saying to our customers, to our backers, we're sorry
my ears are
had to wait.
For what? Oh, it is.
Well, they've been waiting for their original art from the Kickstarter campaign. So it's like, also the very last batch of books that I sent out, I made sure to include like some free stuff. And that's the thing I think that's really special about what we have and about the whole crowdfunding thing, right? I mean, obviously it's not sustainable. We're going to have to figure some other plan out at some point, right?
Right.
And a lot of people have a lot of different ideas, and we'll see where it goes.
I said, wait,
Was that Bigfoot? Was that Squatch?
He got away.
Squatch? Damn
it was a Squatch.
We just had like a cryptid sighting. Damn, Pops, did you just see, like, that was Sam Squamch right there, I'm pretty sure. But, as I was saying, that's the thing that's great, is if people have a problem with their order, like their books arrived all jacked up or something, they contact us directly. They're like, yo, my book showed up all jacked up. And then we could say, I'm sorry, I'll rectify that situation immediately and send them a new book. Right? So anybody that had to wait, right, because I had to, like, when everybody's getting their books, the people who aren't getting their books get annoyed.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes.
And they take it personally. And so I'm like, okay, so let me throw in like an extra comic or two, my way of saying like my apologies. And so the people that ordered like original art from the book, the original pencils by Preston Acevedo, they're going to get like double what they ordered.
Right. And that's the thing I've heard nothing but good about from Brian's projects, that the writing is good. Obviously, the art is amazing, and the customer service rocks.
Look,
we got this coming down. One of my guys, I think it was either an engineer or
I got you right there.
Oh, we got to shut them up.
Oh,
you've got to shut up, baby.
That Everclear is doing its job.
I'm here to tell you.
I actually had authentic Tennessee moonshine for the first time. Like we had like a little block party, and my neighbors from Tennessee. Oh, you serious?
Yeah. Hey, you guys need to be drinking too. This is a celebration.
I was expecting it. I'm not drinking, but I am partaking in my.
That's
own.
what we got some soft drinks here too. All right. Oh yeah. We got soda.
We got soft drinks and hard drinks, yo.
Oh! Pass that down. All right.
Remember to hydrate, though. Remember to hydrate. Got to have a glass of water.
That's what I did today. That's what I was doing today. See,
We've heard that that Tank likes it hard and soft. So yeah.
Man, they're giving you some hard shit there, Tank.
What's up, Apex?
Apex, what's happening, man?
What are they saying?
They said they know you like it hard and soft.
Yeah. Yeah, and some ice in here? Yeah.
Apex, if you want to pop in, the link is in the chat there for you.
We just have Sam Quam. We just have
especially if they're like overpowered me and they have no way to game.
Whoa! Oh, that was premature. We got a winner. You want to call it?
Cheers. Oh, they're over there shaking stuff up, man.
Cheers, Pops. Outstanding job today.
Great job.
Outstanding work, sir. Outstanding work, sir. Cheers. Outstanding work, Pops.
All right, cheers. But we got to mute your crowd for a little bit there, Pops.
Cheers, brother.
Cheers.
Oh, my God.
This is glorious. This is actually a lot nicer. This is the first beer I've had in a month. Yeah. Not because I'm trying to change my ways. It's just circumstance.
This is not to bitch about Pops in any way, shape, or form, right? But Pops is kind of like a cross between Willie Nelson and C-3PO. Right? So most of the time, what do you get? You got Pops.
There's a combo you won't hear every day.
Right.
Pongo gets a treat.
What the fuck is that?
But when like things go a little sideways to become difficult,
By the way,
oh dear.
No, it's more dudes. Show it, Doc. Show
what?
The overlay of 3BO.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Like, yeah, I don't need. Yeah, I'm preaching to the choir with Doc. Believe me.
Yeah.
Go ahead, show the overlay. They'll tell exactly what Brian's talking about. Go show the overlay.
High maintenance, man.
I'm on the floor there pushing my leg hairs down. Yeah.
We're doomed.
But he gets a little high maintenance.
Oh, okay. All right, Pops. We're going to put you in timeout for just a few minutes. Yes, I'm putting you in timeout on your own show because your crowd is drowning out our crowd, and we're not having nearly as much fun as you are. And I'm going to use that phrase I don't use, Brian. That's not fair. So in the meantime, let's welcome back Q. What's up, Q?
What up, Q?
I'm good. I'm live to
see you,
kicking.
man. It's the wee hours over there for you, isn't it?
It's almost 2 here, so I'm still working on it.
Where are you located, brother?
He's in the Netherlands.
Rotterdam, the Netherlands.
The Netherlands. Nice, cool. I mean, that's dude. To me, that's so awesome. It's like I'm in New York. Right, Pops is down south. Where is Pops again?
He is currently in Savannah, Georgia, at Savannah Con.
And Q's like cold chilling in the Netherlands.
Right.
But that's Holland, by the way, to all you Americans that don't know that.
That's where the Hollish are from.
Yes, I have been, and it's a lovely country with lovely people, and of course, Amsterdam is a place that every man should experience at least once before he's too old to appreciate it.
Yeah,
Holland is the one country.
Rotterdam?
To Rotterdam, no.
The Holland was the one country at the beginning of World War II that when Hitler invaded, they just went dude, uncool.
Like the most mellow Vikings that you could possibly imagine.
Uncool, dude. So, obviously, we're gonna be able to watch it live as Pops, passes out on the table.
Becomes alligator.
Yes, he won't be the quickest one then, buddy.
Like tanking everybody else, like going off doing whatever. Hey, what about Pops? They come back and he's just getting dragged.
Oh, he'll be fine. Leave him there. He'll be fine.
And the only thing is the gator wearing a Pop's hat and digging up toothpicks and said, "Hey, where's Pop? I'm here."
Oh my God!
Now we can't just nonstop rip on Pops because he'll unmute his drunk ass and come back on here and scream at us.
He will.
Yep.
So
what the heck is going on here?
So Q, not to be redundant, but what are you working on? Like, that looks beautiful.
I was like,
Fantastic Four. Sorry, what it looks like.
No, I had made a pact with myself. I'd never again will I even fucking touch a chicken ramen.
Q be killing it, yo. All hail the Q continuing.
And I was like, I'm not gonna say anything. I'm gonna be a good guest. I'm gonna eat.
What medium is that you're working in?
So nobody could hear you, Quentin, because of Pop. So obviously, Fantastic Four.
I couldn't hear you over here. What?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's Dr. Doom over here.
Uh-huh.
The Thing.
Oh man.
It's Fantastic, Invisible Woman, and the Human Torch. And
he's using a very creative technique to color
the previous one that I was working on live.
Yeah. He takes his marker and colors on a Pringles lid, adds water, and then grabs his sable rigging brush and goes into color.
Oh, that's so cool. I love watercolors, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna be trying some of that myself here shortly.
Well, it's like one of the things I've learned to appreciate about artists, from now having worked with a number of them, is how different their processes are.
Right.
And how they all have like their own way of doing things, and that's what makes them all special and unique.
Yeah. Apex, I think Quentin Apex says, is that a Fantastic Four bootleg comic you produced? It looks great. But if I'm not mistaken, it's just a poster that you're doing because you want to.
Now you see, that's beautiful work, but I'm just not a Fantastic Four fan at all. But but for some, for something that I'm not into, it's a nice piece of work. The Yancey Street Gang, those bums.
Fantastic for bootleg. It is. Thanks, Apex. So just simply.
I've been painting and making art for 40 years, and I've never ever done watercolor because watercolor is witchcraft. Just saying, it goes where it wants to go. It does what it wants to do, and you just kind of have to adapt to it. Having said that, I'm dying to give it a try for coloring some stuff.
Give it a try. I think it's a lot of fun. Lately, I've been slowly dabbling in using watercolors with my sketch cards. And they've been a lot of fun because it's a different technique altogether, and it becomes a different mindset.
This is one I'm going to, a sketch card I did yesterday. So I'm going to try coloring this bad boy I'm going to water my acrylics down to obviously watercolor consistency and go for it.
Cool.
So we'll see how that turns out. I will show the finished product, even if it sucks, on the draw stream tomorrow.
Think about I don't need to end up on another watch list.
I'm sorry.
I get one more restraining order and this one's for free. All right, come on, man.
Y'all, this is Legion, y'all. You know what's up. He's the tech guy. He's the one setting everything up. Tomorrow, we're going to have the big screen behind us for the draw stream. So everybody walking by is going to see you guys drawing on a big screen on the table, dude. So
Okay,
you for everyone.
I will absolutely not be showing the finished product on the draw stream if it sucks. I'll go and get a finished piece that looks great and act like I'm drawing it then and there.
This is Garrett and this is Will.
You heard too?
I was in there. And with the dog.
Good boy.
So, Ty, good to see you. Thanks for popping in. Give us a thumbs up.
Garrett.
That's
How you doing?
Good. These two gentlemen are veterans themselves.
Oh, outstanding.
There's some folks walking around back there. Did I hear somebody say that guy looks like a stuffed turkey? Pops, lean to your right, quick.
Isn't it too early for Thanksgiving?
I swear I heard somebody say that. It wasn't me. Because I look like one too.
It, but it's funny.
Oh, a bunch of fat middle-aged nerds. You gotta love it. Pops is preaching. Look, and the Lord told me to tell you to tell your brother-in-law to donate to my campaign.
When COVID hit, all the conventions got kicked out.
Yep.
I started.
Oh, he's telling the story of the birth of CRoM Con.
Hey Doc, do you want to look at the print?
Yes,
I think I just finished.
Let's take a look. Oh yeah. Hold on, let me embiggenate that. So check it out. And this is going to be a card or a cover?
It's going to be a print. This is not my. First of all, let me point this out. This is not my character. This is Meryl from Metal Gear Solid 1.
Right.
And I'm going to be selling a print of her at the convention I'm going to be at.
Fantastic.
And so that way, if people don't want to buy my comic, all right.
Yeah.
Actually, I wish you would.
Yes.
But here's some alternatives.
There you go. Fan art is always a good seller.
And since people have done like tons of art for like anime, Marvel, DC, I wish I could do that, but again, from what they're doing, I don't want to promote them.
Right.
So I'm going to be going to more nostalgic, going for 90s games.
There you go. Yeah, you recently did another one. What was his name?
And this is Bill Valentine.
Yeah. And the guy you did, Snake.
Snake, which I still don't like it, but I know I could do better, so I'm going to redo that.
Okay, all right. Ty Ranger says, I spent so many hours trying to save her when I was in junior high. And of course, Apex is saying, promote your own IPs. And absolutely, yeah. But I agree, do some fan art if you need to put some scratch in your pocket. It's a good way to do it. All right. And you're going to redo Snake, you said?
Yeah. I'm going to redo Snake, which it's funny thing. Someone posted on Instagram how to make a custom figure of Solid Snake.
Oh.
So, but with figures with the cost of figures going up from like $20 to like actually in 1999 to up to like $22 or $23 now. Oh, price for everything went up.
Yeah, I did. There was a team book that I was working on back in the 90s, and the costumes were a little bit hard for me to wrap my brain around them. So I literally went and got some of the little G.I. Joe-ish action figures and sanded them down and painted them to put the costumes on them, so I could have a turnaround.
Yeah.
To see how the costume worked, and it worked pretty good.
And actually, to show you, first I need to turn my light on because the sun's going down in Florida.
All over the eastern seaboard, the sun sets.
I still buy. All right, I'll admit this. I still do buy like some Marvel comics, but I watch very carefully of what I get because I don't want that crap in my pile.
Right.
But,
so no new warriors for you.
No. No.
What? We don't have any Daniel Kibblesmith fans here?
Safe space and Snowflake.
Daniel Kibblesmith. Not to suddenly jump in here, but Daniel Kibblesmith makes Mark Ruffalo look like Sam Elliott.
Right. That's very true.
So
check that out.
Cool.
So this is an official Doctor Strange from Marvel Legends.
Right.
And what someone showed me was that sadly I had to take the cape off. First of all, I wasn't happy with the cape anyway because it was holding the figure down. So I took it off and it left a big hole in his chest. But what someone showed me was that you could actually dremel that out, put a magnet in there, and then cover it with epoxy and match the paint to go over it, and it looks brand new.
Yes, and then you can make the cape magnetic so it's removable.
Well, not only that, but you also go to one of these independent creators and actually buy a soft goods cape and put it on the figure.
Absolutely.
Which I'm planning on doing that with this one.
Yeah, some of the action figure modding I've seen.
Let's welcome another guest to the show. Welcome, Paul Gomez.
How's
brother.
it going?
Good to see you, buddy.
What up, Paul?
How y'all doing?
In the most recent book I picked up, honestly, I couldn't resist because look who drew it.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait. Hold where you're at.
Yes. I'm a fan myself.
Hold. Oh, yeah.
One of the few comic books I'm currently buying.
I couldn't resist.
Listen, I like
couldn't
Junior.
resist.
You can try.
But I was scared because again, I don't want any political crap in there.
So, Paul Gomez, good to see you, buddy.
What up?
I haven't seen you in a little while. How's the family?
Good. They're doing good. How's everybody doing?
Doing good. How's the Bushy Boo world?
Man, it's all coming together.
All right, fantastic. You got a link you want to drop?
Pop's trying to talk.
He can unmute himself. If he can remember how. Look at his drunk ass.
He's just like raging at the camera now.
Wait,
Hi, Pop.
Here we go.
We are launching Paul's book tonight.
Oh, hell. Oh, yeah.
I can remember
Really?
how, yeah.
Nice.
Awesome. Congratulations, Paul.
Did it. That's a mistake.
We're launching that dude, man. We're launching Bushy Boo 2 tonight, right now. Well, not whatever time he wants to hit that button. We'll win it on this show. That's why we want you to share the stream. We want you to get as many eyes on this as we can. Because Bushy Boo is awesome. It deserves your love. I want you guys to check it out. Do you still have it in sign up, Paul? Oh, is it still in sign up?
Yes, he said.
Drop that link. Drop that link in the chat so people can get that last minute sign up before the launch.
We're doing it right now, Pops. We got it, brother.
You can mute me, man. I just wanted to make sure you knew what was up, Doc.
I'm with you, bro. I'm with you. All right, enjoy your buzz, brother.
Apex Comics says John Romita Jr. Spider-Man is the hottest book.
Yes, probably so. Probably so.
I'm surprised that he's still working there. I thought they only used like Tumblr artists now and writers off of Twitter. Gee, I wonder why their comics suck. But yeah, I'm a Romita Jr. stan myself. One of the things I've always loved about him as an artist is that he's very self-aware of where he's at in terms of the quality of his work. Like somebody that can like make an honest assessment of his work and is continually trying to get better. Like he said, like he doesn't have the same natural talent that his father has, right?
But he works harder.
Keeps working and working and working. And man, it's like something, you'll get something like World War Hulk. Oh my God. I mean, those characters look like they're just stomping across the page. It's fantastic.
All right. Is that you, Paul?
Yeah, that's the Kickstarter.
Okay. And we're gonna make Paul the focus here, because when are you wanting to go live on your campaign, buddy?
I was thinking about 30 minutes or so.
All right. We will make that our focus. Hints.
Oh,
yeah. Tile Ranger says, just to let everybody know, his book is leaving in demand on the 3rd. It's a samurai versus monster book, and there is his link. Be sure you hit it. Yes, Pops.
Check that out, folks.
I'm aware. Look at him.
Right.
Look at him. Backseat driving.
I'm telling you, you guys never saw that before when you lead the Pops, Willie Nelson and like CGBO.
Oh my God, we're all doomed.
Oh man. But yeah, Paul, that's great. How long have you been working on this?
On Bushibu, and the second issue, it's been about 4 or 5 months working on it.
Yeah.
Nice.
Now, how did Bushibu 1 go?
It went pretty good. You know, we fulfilled on Kickstarter, and it's been going out there, and people have been talking about it and asking about part 2.
Right.
Nice.
So let's bring it up.
Pages?
I'm going to bring it up, and we're going to give a little looky-loo here. While Pops is having a meltdown because I'm not doing it the way he does it.
Don't worry, he's not even going to remember his own name in like 15 minutes.
So this is the campaign that'll be going live. This is Bushibu Circus Mysteries, issues 1 and 2. And the 32-page second issue in the exciting series of circus fun and mysteries. And I can tell you, because I've seen some of the art and seen some of the product, it's well worth it.
It looks really cool. I'm checking it out right now. You know, I mean, if you've read Six Gun Gorilla, you know I love me some circus stuff.
Yeah. And Paul, because words, excuse me. Yeah, the echo you were hearing was from Pop's hugely noisy microphone with a gaggle of middle-aged shirtless nerds, overweight, flopping around in butter and seasoning.
That pool is gonna be funky. That's all.
Pops is like the only one there who can see his knees. Maybe Tank. But it's okay. I can make those jokes because look at me.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
So Paul, I mean, just damn if the question didn't go right out of my head. Oh, tell us about your team and tell us a little bit about the series.
Yeah, the team we bring back basically the main team from the last issue, which is me being the writer, and then you have Brian and Gabe, who are the illustrators, and I've got 6 brand new cover artists, but I do have the editor that I brought on, Chuck Panay, and then the great McLean McGuire is the letterer and designer of a whole bunch of this book. Right here.
Fantastic. So tell us a little bit about the story. What goes on in the world of Bushy Boo, which, by the way, has got to be one of the coolest names of a comic book I've ever heard in my life.
Why, thank you. Yeah, no, this is the second part of the story, the introductory story. So on that first part, I really don't want to ruin it too much, but there's a mystery that kind of evolved at the end and left you kind of on that suspense thing. And so you're coming full circle, and it's going to answer that. It's going to go more into the characters. It's going to talk about their relationships and kind of just throw you for a loop at the beginning, but also answer a whole bunch of questions.
All right, fantastic. So, he's the writer, so of course he's being stingy with the info. Tell us a little bit about the stars of the show.
Right. So basically, I tell people this is a circus background with about 3 apprentices that are kind of like a Scooby-Doo gang. It's Lance and his younger brother, and then Zahara. Lance is actually the ringmaster for the first time in this story, and he's kind of taking on that lead persona kind of thing. He's got all that responsibility on his shoulders. And one of the things I really wanted to talk about was delegating authority. I felt like that story really hadn't been told, and I wanted to do it in a unique way. Lance is kind of like that guy that every guy wants to be and every girl kind of wants to be with. So he's kind of like the genetic kind of alpha dog, if you will.
Yeah.
The Giga Chad.
And Paul's son does a great job cosplaying him also.
Yeah.
His son came out on one of our CRoM Cons, and he is a delightful kid that has no shy in him.
Awesome.
Whitefire, good to see you, buddy. We'll bring you out here in a little while if you want to hang out. He's stepping into the spotlight, and they kind of Scooby-Doo their way through some mysteries around the circus.
Right.
What can you tell us about the supporting characters? And you told us at one point that you had based one of the characters on your kid. Is that a true story?
Well, it's more that they helped name them and help me kind of bring out the personas of the characters. Zahara, which is the female lead, she's the tiger trainer, and she kind of was given the name because it was my son's best friend's name.
Right.
And the fact that we decided her to be a tiger trainer was like the whole group of us kind of got together, and we were sitting in a room throwing out ideas, me and my kids, and it was like they're like, how about a tiger trainer? How about a ringmaster kind of thing? And Luke kind of, at the moment, he doesn't exactly know where he fits in. He's kind of doing the books behind the circus, and his family kind of wants him to go into the trapeze act, which is the family business at the moment, but it just doesn't fit for him. So he's looking to find a place that he really fits in.
Where
and
he
we're going to
belongs,
explore that. Yeah.
Fantastic. So how did you find now I remember, guys, you got Paul was tentatively stepping out here into the world with this stuff and had his great story, and he was putting his art team together and bringing out Bushy Boo. So how did you end up hooking up with your art team?
Well, it was a funny story because this was the first script that I ever wrote. I got together with an Eisner Award-winning editor who kind of started showing me the ropes and kind of teaching me the way, and he started showing me different artists. And he started teaching me, the different types of art. I didn't realize that there were, pencils, inkers, colors. And then even delving further into that, it was like the different styles of the pencils, the different ways people ink, and the uniqueness of how a color can make a difference, and they could ruin it, ruin your pencils at the same time. So this editor at the time, he basically started showing me the ropes and was like, hey, let me read your script. And I was like, what do you mean by script? he started kind of pointing me in the right direction, started showing me some examples. And whenever he started showing me different artists is kind of how I found these artists. We did run into a few bumps with a few interior artists that kind of dropped along the way. And this story kind of had its bumps at the first, but whenever we found Brian and Gabe, we loved the colors that popped, and it was like they definitely went with the circus kind of atmosphere, and we just fell in love with the inks, the pencils of Brian's, and then Gabe's colors were just astounding.
Yeah, when it's the right fit, you know it. Hey, Nita, welcome back. And I dropped the link to the panel, to the StreamYard there. If you want to pop in, you and the girls are always welcome. So let's embigginate Paul here. He's showing us some samples.
Yeah, and this right here is actually one of my favorite pages. The one with the two introducing the tigers right there.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
And in this issue, I really kind of wanted to do an introductory issue where it talks about not only Zahara and the two brothers, but also talks about how Zahara became a tiger trainer and why. Because I'm like, if you're going to jump in a ring with the tiger, you definitely have to have a story that you're going to tell.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
But you can kind of see, those colors and those lines just kind of lend.
It's perfect storytelling. Perfect storytelling.
Beauty for the story. I mean, it was like a great fit.
Yeah.
Almost definitely.
And it shows that it was a good fit.
Yeah.
So I'm excited. I'm hoping nothing but the best for this campaign for you. I can't wait for us to launch this bad boy. And we got about 7 minutes before the half hour when we're going to kick it. In the meantime, we got folks popping in to share their links. Wildfire Comics. Forsake the Future on Kickstarter. And Ty Ranger letting everybody know that his is leaving in demand. So get over there to Indiegogo and check out it's a Samurai versus Monster book.
Sold.
Yeah, I mean,
two great tastes that go great together.
Exactly. What else do you need? Two great tastes that taste great together. We
it's
got
like
all
kung
kinds.
fu and vampires and samurai versus monsters.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, we got a 6-gun gorilla hanging out. We got a Bushibu circus. We got the Q Continuum. We got Stephen B with Crips and Legends. We got Apex in the chat. We got God knows the talent horsepower hanging out here on CRoM Con 27. If you haven't done so yet, hey, get on over and help Stephen Brown keep this ball rolling for Crips and Legends #2 on Indiegogo. It is in funding right now.
Yep, and there's 13 days, but don't worry, I'm going to extend the time limit.
Yeah, but you don't tell them that. You go, hurry up and get it now. Get it now. Get it now.
But
do it now.
No, it's not a coma.
Yeah, that's the guy that came in with that
I
accent.
didn't know he's 75.
What?
And we got the guy over there, that Wilson Ramos Jr. Yo, we got that guy here too. All right, it's like this was an amazing freaking panel. Paul, his fourth book in less than a year, yo, and he fulfilled 3 already. All right, that's a warning to some of you people. All right, this dude's doing it. All right, this dude's doing it. Hi, Nita. All right, I'm out.
Yes, thank you. Hey, thank you for mentioning that. This is my 4th book in about 8-9 months. I do plan on doing at least one more in the next 2 or 3 months. I'm hoping that I have enough funds that roll out of this project to lend into that 5th project. But yeah, I have had 3, which was PTSD was my first. Bushibu Circus Mysteries issue 1 was my second. And then Cryptic Haze was my last Kickstarter, and they were all fully funded and all of them fulfilled. I've got 1 tier off my last campaign that's not fulfilled, but that was because I kind of ran into problems having signatures signed, kind of sent back and forth kind of thing.
Right.
So And you know, guys, we talked about this when Paul was on us before. You got to do the groundwork. You got to get that mailing list.
Yep.
You know, get it out there, get folks signed up for it. You got to get eyes on the project.
And can I just say, you know, so you've gotten 4 books done in 9 months.
4 books in 9 months. Yeah.
And a guy like, there's some people that have made like literally like millions of dollars on their campaigns, or close to like, you know, hundreds of thousands, and they can't deliver a book in 2 years.
Right.
Yeah. You know, Paul is just a workhorse and a good guy, and he's easy to back, easy to get along with.
And
let's
and one
welcome
thing
Dylan Moore.
Look at that beautiful art. I mean, you just. Hey, Dylan.
Hi.
Yep. No, Paul, show us that page that you were showing off.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's like
you got. You see, that's the great thing about being a writer. If you're working with great artists, it's like you don't want to hype yourself, but you can hype the artist.
Yes, definitely. Savannah Spina, he actually worked on 2 of the books that I've done so far, which was PTSD and then Cryptic Haze. And I'm going to have him for my next book that's going to be coming out in a few months. You can see his unique paneling, his beautiful colors and lines. Just amazing. And again, you know, whenever you study and put in the effort and start looking at people's arts, you can kind of see what art kind of matches to your story. This art, I really didn't feel the woodwork with Bushibu, but I mean, look how beautiful and dark it is for PTSD.
Yes.
And then, you know, whenever we were looking for artists for Bushibu, it really was that clean, crisp lines and those beautiful colors that really pop.
Yeah. That heavy kind of John Byrne style that's really clean, easy to read.
And it's one of those things. I mean, a lot of people will just go out there and just pick an artist just because.
Oh yeah, no, that's not what you want to do.
And you know, I got taught earlier on. It's like you have to look at the art, you have to see the details, and you have to figure out what art goes with your stories. Because if you don't, then you're just throwing stuff
Chuck
together.
Dixon told us. I can't remember the name of the artist he said, but he said he had contacted this one artist to do a book for him. And he was one of the big names, and the dude just came back and said, dude, man, I'm not very good at drawing horses. And of course it was a barbarian book. So he's like, okay, moving on. You know, it's not always this guy's the best. Get him.
Right.
Get people that play to your strengths of your story.
And there is Lance right there, right with his
costume
ring. Yeah.
Dylan, what do you know about that?
Know about what? I'm kind of clueless off to the side.
You're just kind of clueless and off to the side.
Yeah, I don't know what y'all are talking about right now. It's just all going back in my head.
It's all good.
I'm debating on getting the candy behind you.
Dylan, tell folks who you are.
I'm Dylan.
Howdy, Dylan.
Hi. Hi. And I cosplay for my dad's comic.
Yeah, this is Paul's son, Dylan, who looks like he's grown a foot since I saw him last.
He has.
And he does cosplay as what's the main character? The
Lance.
Lance, yeah. And ain't no shy in the boy. Don't let him fool you right now.
Hey Dylan, why don't you tell him about the name of Bushibu Circus Mysteries? Where'd that come from?
Oh, so my little brother, whenever we were at my old house, I hang out with him in his room a lot. We just watch TV, and sometimes he'd go up to me and he'd say "Bushy, bushy, boom" and hit me.
I gotta remember to say that the next time I just cold cock somebody.
You know, I was gonna say, Brian, when we meet up at a convention, I'm just gonna bushy boom.
Yeah. And when we were sitting down thinking about names for the story, we were like, let's do Bushy, but change it a little bit like Scooby-Doo. So instead of Bushy Boom, it turned into Bushibu Circus Mysteries.
Fantastic. Hey, Paul, how do you feel about launching this thing?
I feel great. Are we ready?
Yeah, let me share a screen so we can get it live. All right, here we go. We're going to share a screen, and then we're going to tell it again. and then we're going to tell it the third time. You literally have to go through 4 steps. Boom. Boom. All right. So it's in your court, Brother Paul.
Awesome. That works. And I'm ready. Let's go. Launch project.
Is this the time where we all dance?
Yes. Naked under the sun.
And there it goes.
All right. Let's refresh. Boom. There it is live.
Booyah. Booyakasha.
Awesome.
We are immediately going to watch this video. So everybody close your blowholes and open your ear holes. Outstanding. The music is perfect for this. Where did that come from?
Well, actually, I just kind of put it together with a video mixer kind of thing, and I saw a list of free music that you could choose from, and I enjoyed it while I was putting it together. Yeah.
All right, fantastic. So let's run down through this thing. Now, this is where Pops' expertise comes in. He's great at reviewing campaigns. So this is, oops, see, look, I'm moving stuff. I'm boomering things already. So Bushy Boo Circus Mysteries, issue 2. New book is the second part of the huge introduction story. Combined with the first issue is 63 pages of mystery. The 3 apprentices seeking answers to a horrific murder that happened in the middle of a circus performance. Join Zahara, Lance, and Luke as they question the suspects in an eager attempt to find out who is behind that fateful night. Will the truth be revealed? You have to read to find out. And just check out that interior art. All right, so these are the covers.
Yes.
The 6 variants. All beautifully done.
Fantastic.
Tell us about this tier.
So we got 3 48-hour specials, early bird specials. The first tier right here is going to be 2 of the books that I've done previously, which are PTSD and Cryptic Haze. Both of these are physical copies that will be sent to you for $6. That's $3 a piece, which they usually go for about $10 a piece.
Nice.
$6, 48 hours only.
All right, and that includes a digital PDF copy of the Bushy Boo Circus Mysteries #2. Your name in the thank you section. And that 48 hours starts right now.
Right now.
And then we have
the second of the 48-hour specials. This is Lauren Gibson's cover, that cover A. Beautiful cover right there. Not only is it going to be just that regular cover, but it's going to be the foil cover, which usually just alone goes for $20. So this is going to be both the foil and the regular for $18 for 48 hours only.
And also comes with the PDF. There's the $3 for the digital PDF standard edition of the book. And I love the gorilla action, I just got to say. And I think probably Chris Guy would agree with me on that. And then the $6 digital PDF standard edition of the book.
Of 1 and 2.
1 and 2.
Yeah.
And then we have
Lauren Gibson's, a cover A right there. Lauren Gibson is a very young, amazing artist. She does some dark art. She's actually great whenever she sings as well. So whenever I came across her, I wanted to pick some young artists, and she did a beautiful job right here.
No doubt. Beautiful work. Beautiful. And then the next cover.
And the next cover right here is the cover B. It's by Gabriel Magnum. He is amazing young artist as well. Like I said, I was trying to go for young artists on this one as opposed to more stable artists that I had chosen the first one. And whenever I had talked to him, I told him that there was a gorilla kind of in the story, kind of like bashing around and just kind of in there. He wanted to do a cover with a gorilla on it, and I think he did a great job.
Fantastic. Cover C.
And cover C, this is actually this person's first cover ever. I wanted to do kind of like a 16-bit pixelated kind of cover, and you can kind of see the dots a little bit there.
Yeah.
And she wanted to do a little bit cutesy thing with Zahara and the two tigers, and I did a special little thing for my youngest on that first issue with the Voodoos, and I thought her pixelated art was definitely a fit in for one of the 6 covers.
Nice. And then we have
Michael Henson's version of Zahara right here. It's a beautiful cover of her. Michael Henson, he's not exactly a first-time artist. He's actually doing a series called Disputed Territories. But more importantly, he was really a pivotal point in my life whenever I decided to make a comic book from just a household project onto something that I wanted to put on a shelf. He was a person that started talking to me, one of the first artists that really sat down and went over the X, Y's, and Z's. And he's been in an advisory ever since. And I was just amazed and glad that I could get him on one of my covers.
A great collaboration. Oh, yeah.
Now, this cover right here is beautiful. And now this is just the ink version right here, but I actually got the color version today just to kind of get approved, and it is 10 times more amazing than this inked version, if you can actually believe that.
I know, right?
We'll have it up in a day or so, but I'm telling you, whenever I saw the colored version, took my breath away.
Fantastic. I mean, it looks great in black and white.
Yeah.
All right, so then we come to
Jay Gonzalez. I found this artist kind of whenever I was just looking around, and a friend of mine had told me that they were used this artist as well. It was really the black and white kind of stuff that they put together. And whenever I started talking to this artist, I definitely wanted to do something different and unique. I was going for a kind of a homage to Bo Knows, if you knew that campaign or know who Bo Jackson is.
Oh, yeah.
He was a baseball player, and he did this huge campaign called Bo Knows, and he had his pads on and a baseball behind his back, and I wanted to do something unique like that with Lance right here.
Very cool. Because Bo knows hot dogs. Bo knows used cars.
Right. And then this tier right here is cover A of issue 1 and issue 2 of Bushibu. So you get, one copy of A and one copy of B for just about $6 a piece if you break it down. But it's $12 together. And how can you beat that?
You can't is the answer. You can't beat it with a wooden cookie. All right, so then we've got the $20 foil cover of Bushibu number 2 by Lauren Gibson. That's just fantastic. Do you have one of those, Paul?
I don't have the foil cover. We don't have any of these books just yet. I think we're currently on page 25 of the 32, and once those pages get done, I've been getting the pages just about every other day, so we definitely think we're going to get done by the end of the campaign. But, we have all the cover pages in hand except for that black and white one that you saw, and we're getting that, the high res sent to my digital artist or to put the trade on, and then after that, we'll have just about everything to go to print.
Fantastic. And keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, these are going to be limited to a quantity of 50 on the foil covers, correct?
Yes.
All right. Foil covers for Lauren Gibson and Gabriel Mangum.
Yeah, and you get a discount if you buy both of those. It's going to be $35 instead of that $20 a piece, which would add up to $40. $35 for both of them.
Right. Limited to a quantity of only 30 on that offer.
Yeah.
And then we have
the foil covers of issue 1, cover A by William Russell, and then you get that cover of A of issue 2 by Lauren Gibson.
fantastic. Paul, I forgot to say this earlier, but if I'm remembering right, this is a family-friendly comic book. So
now, I do tell people that it's a little bit more mature, not exactly for the young ones. I try to go for teens on up. There isn't any nudity. I try to avoid that in most of my comics because I do have my kids who are teenagers and whatnot.
Right.
But I do have a little bit of a graphic violence, and I know that I've had some customers that I told, you have Zahar or Lance right there in bed with the girl, and whether you consider that teen plus or whatnot, that's probably the harshest thing. And cover issue A or issue 1, and in issue 2, there are definitely a little bit darker twists and action, I guess, if you will.
So a little PG-13 action.
I would definitely say PG-13, yes.
All right, good deal. Just wanted to make that clear for people considering. And then finally we have
all 6 covers of issue 2.
Wow.
Now,
look at the price for that. Look at that price.
They usually go for 10 a piece and then $8 for my cover A. If you put that together, that's $58. Instead of $58, you can pay $45 and get all 6 for that set.
Fantastic. And then we have
all 12, 6 of issue A or issue 1, and then 6 of issue 2.
Fantastic.
And you have great artists in there like Ariel Diaz. You have the Voodoo's cover that I told you about, and then you got William Russell's in there on that first issue, and then you got all these beautiful covers that we just saw.
Right. And by the way, also you get a PDF.
Yes.
And you get your name in the special thank you section. We have retailer tiers always.
Yes.
Always a good idea.
Yes, this right here is 10 copies of issue 2, and we broke it down depending on some of the covers right there.
Right.
And then we
Double
got
retailer.
a second tier. This is going to be 20 issues right here.
And look at that. You're saving another $5.
Right. And then this retail tier right here is going to be 10 copies, but it's broken down from in issue 1 and issue 2. So basically, you're getting 5 of issue 1 and 5 of issue 2.
Fantastic. Boom. Bushy boom.
And this right here is 20 copies of issue 1 and 10 copies of issue 1 and 10 copies of issue 2. So if you're wanting to sell the complete story in each of the issues, there you go right there.
All right. And what an idea.
A half page ad. We do have a limit, I believe, of 2 right there. It's just 2 half-page ads right there for $90.
And also, if you need help designing your ad, Charter Comics will provide that for you for a small fee. And then $150 for a full-page ad. Look, your ad here. I love that.
And we've gotten such great feedback from the ads that we placed. It's just a definite thing that we had to include in this campaign as well.
And what's the limit? Limited to 1. So get it now. Be the first to jump on it. Oh, and then, $600 meet and greet with creator-writer Paul Gomez. Tell us about it.
Well, $600 for a meet and greet, and what you're going to get is basically I'm going to fly, drive, swim, whatever I have to do to get to your town, and we're going to set up a place to sit down and meet, and you will get not only a copy of Bushi 2, and you get all covers, of course. You get all the covers of Bushi 1 as well, and then all covers of PTSD and all covers of Cryptic Haze. Of course, I'm going to sign all of those for you right there in front of you. But not only that, but we're going to be able to talk about any of the stories and anything that you want. If you're a creator out there and you want to learn how I did it, I'll definitely give you the insights and give you some tips and tricks that I learned. stuff that kind of messed me up on the way, but I figured out how to get through them. Be glad to give you that information as well. So this meet and greet just has a little bit of everything in it.
Fantastic. And so then we have the creative team. Paul Gomez, writer and creator. Other Creetown titles by Paul include PTSD and Cryptic Haze. Sorry, I had a brain freeze there for a moment. And then we also have Brian Ascura, pencils and inks. Gabriel Rowland, colorist. McLean McGuire, letters and designs. Chuck Panow, is it Panow?
Panow, I always get it wrong too. Panow?
Chuck is the editor.
Chuck's amazing.
And then the cover artist we've talked about. And then let's go over here. All the way back to the back. And we've already got our first backer.
Awesome. Thank you.
Somebody ring a bell.
So now we still are working on the Kickstarter.
Okay.
One of the tiers that we did not have up just yet is that Kickstarter exclusive. That Kickstarter exclusive is going to be an 80-page book. It's going to be including issue 1 and 2 in it. And it's also going to include a 6-page story that I wrote. It's kind of a romantic story. I had wrote it for a friend that wanted to put it in an anthology and then decided not to. I kind of wanted to test my hand at writing romance. So I decided to hire an artist and throw it into this Kickstarter exclusive as an extra.
Outstanding.
Along with about 5 to 10 pages of pages that weren't included in Bushi Bushi 1 and a few concept pages that I had from before even getting started.
Nice. I love behind the scenes stuff. So just scrolling down through the orders here. This is just a good looking, streamlined, sharp campaign with a lot to offer. Fantastic. All right, so we're going to keep this up in the background and we'll come back and check on it here in a minute. In the meantime, let's check in with the chat and see what they've got going on.
The book looks great, man.
Thank you.
Counselor Jenkins?
Everybody needs to share this link to this book. Share the stream out. Paul deserves backers on this. You guys know, anybody that got Bushi Boo 1 knows it was good. You know you want to know what was going to happen next. Y'all need to get behind this. Share the stream out. Share the link to his book out. Let's get Paul some money, yo. Let's do this.
Okay. Yeah, let's get him funded. Thank you, Pops.
Now, one of the things that it didn't show as well is I did have 3 48-hour specials. We did see 2 of them. One of them is actually an add-on, if you would believe that.
Oh.
And that add-on is actually issue 1, that cover A by William Russell, is free. Limited to 1 copy. So you can get that issue 1 for free in the next 48 hours if you buy any tier. So if you decide to buy issue 2 and then say, hey, I'm lost, I didn't get to read issue 1, we're giving it to you for free for the first 48 hours as an add-on.
Fantastic. And remember that when you back this project, this kid gets pizza. Dylan, what do you think about Bushi Boo 2? Have you seen it?
No, I always wait until it's all ready and then I read it.
All right,
it's kind of like I read it better like that.
Yeah, well, I mean that's how Pops and I both are. Don't tell me about it until I get it. No spoilers. So, what did you think about number 1 starring you?
I loved it.
Fantastic.
I even took it to school and everything. I was reading it in school.
Great, fantastic. And did Dad make sure you got paid in pizza or?
Yeah, actually, yesterday we had pizza, son.
All right, good deal. And hey, Paul, where's that picture of him in the ringmaster outfit? Let's put that up on the.
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find that.
Oh, you don't have a digital?
Yeah, I do, but I just don't know where it's at right now. Most everything's on my phone, and my son has my phone because he's streaming on it right now.
Dad, I can get the picture from the fridge.
Yeah, get it.
Yeah. Go grab that and bring it back and let us see it. He said, Dad, I can get the one from the fridge.
Yeah, he loves going to the convention. We actually got invited to my kids' elementary school on career day. And they basically, all the kids were excited to see him dressed up and talk about comics as well.
They all called me a magician.
Yeah,
I'm not kidding either. Every time I was like, I bet I know what you are.
There we go. Check that out.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Very cool. Yeah. And there's him with Anthony Mackie. He was at one of the conventions. I believe that was New Orleans Fan Expo right there.
How awesome was that to meet Anthony Mackie while you are cosplaying as your dad's creation?
Man, that was fun.
Yeah, that
I couldn't even talk that much to him. But I mean, he said he liked the costume. So.
Fantastic. That is awesome. So, Bushy Boo Circus issue number 2 live right now on Kickstarter. Get over there, show it some love. Well worth it. The man has already delivered many times on his product. He stands behind his product. You will not be disappointed.
Seriously, I mean, like, you're getting your book.
Yeah.
I think that's something that all of us who have fulfilled on multiple campaigns, can boast about.
And that's one of the things I tell people whenever you're backing a book, or whether it's Kickstarter, Indiegogo, look at the creator and see their track record. I put 3 of them out there, 2 of them 100% fulfilled, and one of them's about 90%. And I am working diligently to get that up to 100 too. But having fulfilled 3 in about 8 months,
that's insane.
You understand that's a little difficult.
That's amazing.
That's just like I don't know anybody else that's done that, to be perfectly honest. Right? Because I've always thought, like, what would be the goal for us in the crowdfunding community, right? It would be, bi-monthly, that's not going to happen.
Quarterly.
And you're doing it, dude.
I'm up to 4, yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah. And like I said, depending on how high this goes, I might have my 5th one by the end of the year, which I'm hoping to have.
God almighty.
Because I got my team ready to go.
I think
and keep in mind, like, we don't make a lot of money off these books. Right? So every book is about funding, like every campaign is about funding the next book.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
by the time you pay the talent, by the time you pay for the production of the product and then pay the shipping, you might be able to go get a cup of coffee downtown somewhere.
Yeah.
And that was the thing. It was like, once I first paid for that first book to get done, and then I did hit the Kickstarter, I didn't expect, the full amount to come back. But what I did with that money that I got is basically put it into the next one and the next one after that, and just rolled it down.
Clearly.
Exactly. Just a perfectly executed series of books. I mean, if you want a model for how to do it, here it is. And by the way, for $600 meet and greet, he'll come sit down and share all the secrets with you.
Yeah. No. Not only that, each and every one of my books, every cover I'll have signed for you right there in front of you.
That's
fantastic.
Awesome. And let me get this straight, just to clarify. If you back this campaign within the next 48 hours, you're getting the first issue for free?
That's correct. For the next 48 hours, as long as you get any one of my tiers, you just click on that add now. Yeah, it should be in there. I haven't double checked it. I saw it last time though. So it should be in there for the next 48 hours, and you get it for free.
Absolutely.
I'm a broke ass bitch right now. When I get my next disbursement, though,
I understand. I'm right there with you.
I hear you. Yeah. And by the way, Dylan has fans. Pop says, "I love this young man." Dylan is going to grow up and be the face of your company. You know that, right?
Dylan actually got invited to a party tonight, and then whenever I told him that tonight was the launch and that I was going to be on Pops, he was like, "Oh, I don't want to go to the party. I want to go."
You made the right choice, Dylan. Don't go be one of the cool kids. Hang out with the middle-aged nerds.
Yeah,
oh, I love it.
Seriously,
I love
you
it.
could be hanging out with like chicks. It's like a like old dudes.
Oh man, I love that. I love the dedication. Yeah, I told my son I was launching my sign up for Pariah Blood Mud, and he went, "What?"
Okay, that's nice.
You know, these pages laying all over the house. Me do book. Oh.
And this is great. I have to say, this is a great looking book. The art's gorgeous. You know, the world that you created sounds really intriguing.
Thank you.
And you know, you've
Let's not forget that Paul also did a crossover Bushy Boo Cromniverse story. Let's not forget that. He also did one of those. So Paul's a worker. This young man right here is amazing. Look, when you find a young man that supports his dad the way this kid does, you know that's love in the family. Okay, because most teenagers could care less what their dad's doing. You know, I love this kid, and now you know why.
And we are on our way. 2 backers now.
Awesome.
Moving right along. It's just, I get so excited watching creators who really put their heart and soul into a work.
Yeah.
Achieve. I love to see it.
I know. I do too. I mean, we're so fortunate to be part of this scene, right? Mm-hmm. And to be living in a time where we can do this affordably, where we can get quality printed books for a reasonable price. It's fantastic. And I just love the fact that when we're doing this, we're also inspiring other people. Very often, people that you just see names in the chats are just like, hey, those guys don't look too bright, and they're pulling it off.
Well, now,
why don't I give it a shot? And they throw their hats into the ring.
Yeah, you know, if someone says, you know, I've been on the fence about this, I've been wanting to do it, but if those guys are doing it, I can do it. Please, come on. There's there's no big genetic win here, okay? It's just make your product and back it, support it, do the best work you can do, and you will find your audience.
Yes. Be passionate.
I mean, here we are. I mean, about a year ago, I didn't have any comics or any thought in making it. And then all of a sudden, things started happening. Me and my kids got together, started putting this stuff together as a morale boost for the household. Sitting down, thinking of stories, and then I had introduced my kids to comics just a few months prior to that, and they were like, "Why not make it a comic?" So I started doing my research.
I love it.
Started putting things together. My kids were helping me, and like I said, I have met Mike Henson on one of my covers. He definitely was one of the artists that I went out there and talked to and pointed me in the right directions. I started watching these YouTube videos, including Pop's, and just kind of listening and hearing and seeing the stuff, and started writing and leaving these stuff on. And here I am with 4 books, the 4th book on the way. And
amazing.
Yeah. It's just,
I mean, Chris Cow, you get the sense that maybe Paul's an addict. You know, that first one was great. Let's do that again.
Yeah. But also, you know, Paul is passion is coming off him with like in a Kirby crackle. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's the thing that's so special about what we're doing. The mainstream. Do you think those people really care about the books that they're working on?
No.
Every one of our projects is a passion project.
Yeah.
Look, even Chuck Dixon said on Monday. Remember on Monday we had Chuck Dixon on the show, and he said flat out, he goes, "Man, we got to the point where they said change this, do that." And we went, whatever, because that was their paycheck, right? You know, it was like they got to the point where they were like insensitized to the ridiculousness that they were doing to the characters, and that's why a lot of people have left the mainstream. You know, and I mean, Chuck just said it straight up. He's like, "Man, we got to the point where we didn't care." Brian just said it. We got to the point where they don't care about what they're doing. You guys care about what you're doing, and that's why I support indie creators. And it's plain and simple. Here you go.
Absolutely.
Amen.
Absolutely.
Amen.
Hey, Brian, will you take the anchor for a minute and let me go and take a little bio break here?
Heck yeah.
All right, buddy.
Can do.
Yeah. Talking about passion projects, that first book that I put out, PTSD, I don't think you would definitely see that on a mainstream kind of thing. But it's like one of those stories that really needed to be told with tough love kind of thing.
Yeah.
And whenever I started writing books, it was like I want to tell these stories that aren't out there right now, and that could just help other people the way it's helping me getting through these stories, putting them on paper.
Right. That's kind of what art is for.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like the soul needs food too.
Exactly.
And I just don't have time for music, movies, books, TV, comics. I don't care what the medium is. If it doesn't have any heart, I'm just like, I don't have
Right.
I don't have the time for it. And you're never going to catch folks like you or me or any of these other creators here. You're never going to catch us phoning it in.
Right.
Because the stories that we're telling really matter to us. And we're hoping to touch a soul or two.
That was one of the things whenever I decided to make this, because like I said, it was originally we were doing it to lift the morale, putting stories together. Me and my kids, we'd sit around in this one room and just put some stuff in notebooks and have fun with it. And originally we were talking about making a book. And then at one point it was going to be chapter books. And like I said, I had introduced my 13-year-olds to comic books a few months before that. And the idea came up and we kind of just hit it and ran with it. And I wanted to make sure that every part of it was worth every cent that you spent on it. This is why one of the reasons I wanted to have the 48-hour specials. I understand that there are people out there that don't have the money. I'm one of them. So I wanted to give you issue 1 so you can have both issues. I wanted to give you a little bit of discount rate whenever you're buying these other 2 books that I put out. $6 for 2 books. I'm not making much money off that.
No.
Just a few cents, if anything.
Yeah.
And
seriously, folks. That's no, yeah.
Homeboy
Homeboy is not making a dollar off
is a passion project that's the one working on.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So it was like, I wanted to make sure that every aspect was worth every penny that you spent, whether it was a story. I learned how to page turn, how establishing shots, panel flows, and then I even started learning how to.
Everybody, I'm going to be relocating the setup. We're going to the room to relax. I'll be back in a half hour, 45 minutes or so. I hope y'all still got the show going. Keep it going. Get this one funded, man. Share, retweet, all that crap. Do it. I love you guys. I'll see you in a little bit.
All right, Pops.
Hold it down for you, Pops. Actually, it was good that you just actually gave me that reminder because I haven't shared this out. And that's the thing, folks. When it comes to supporting campaigns, I can't back everything that I'd like to back. Right. One thing that doesn't cost you a cent and that'll make you feel good, and all you have to do is just move like this one little finger like this, is to click and copy and share on the Twitter and the Facebooks and the other sites. Yeah, and how, because that is like the biggest obstacle that we have in this scene is exposure.
And getting seen,
getting seen, just getting people to like know that our books exist. So that does make no mistake, people. That really does help.
Absolutely, it does, and it costs you absolutely nothing, and it does help.
Nada.
And in every aspect, whenever I talk about my artists and cover artists, you see these 6 brand new covers by 6 different artists than any of the other books that I've ever had. I wanted to make sure that I could expose and as many artists that I can, and I was looking for young ones to definitely kind of help them up as well. Whenever you talk about Laura Gibson, if you look at her dark art, whether it's on Facebook or seeing her in the convention, it'll blow your mind away. But she doesn't have that exposure that much. And I was like, let's get you on a cover. Let me talk about you. Let me show your art to people. And it's beautiful. Beautiful art.
Yeah. That's the thing that's really interesting too, is when you're a writer you know, and you grow up loving comics, of course, you know, you love comic book art, but boy, you really learn so much about it and about the process by working with your artists. And, you know, and even just picking an artist, you know, one of the things that you have to make sure is that their storytelling is good, because that's ultimately what we're doing. And it's, I always say it's the most unnatural form of writing. By that I mean, you know, prose fiction, writing scripts, plays, whatever. Writing comics, what we do, is the most difficult of all the mediums to learn. There are plenty of people that have worked in other mediums, guys like Stephen King, guys like Harlan Ellison, people that, you know, are well-established authors that will tell you that writing an issue of Batman or whatever it was that they were doing a guest issue of was the most difficult thing that they ever did in their lives.
Very true. Very true. You know, when you're producing a comic book, in my opinion, you tell me if I'm wrong, guys. In your mind, you have to become a director of a movie.
Yes.
That is exactly right.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. As my friend Preston says, when you're making a comic in the traditional manner with a writer and an artist, you have two storytellers.
Yeah.
And
the thing about it is, whenever you're making a TV show or a movie, it's a little bit more fluid. So whenever you have these pages and you're learning to do the page turns and the establishing shots for a comic, and it's not exactly as fluid as a TV show, because you're hitting that record button on a TV show or a movie.
Right.
With the comic, you're like, okay, this is where it's going to stop. This is where they're going to turn and expect something new. Or, you know, this panel is going to make them pull their eyes towards that right corner as opposed to the center. And the other day, someone asked me, what do I do with my spare time? And I'm like, well, besides hanging out with my kids, I'm studying comic writing. And they're like, don't you know how to write already? I'm like, there's so many things that I don't think I'll ever
never stop learning your art. Never stop learning your art.
No, you always want to be getting better. You always want to be reaching. You always want to be improving.
I saw, speaking of leading that eye, there's a technique from the oldest of movies. They used it in Casablanca. They used it in Dr. Zhivago. And I saw it repeated in The Fellowship of the Rings. Peter Jackson did it. The close-up is on Gandalf's face when he's back at Bag End. Bilbo is gone. He's waiting on Frodo. Frodo enters over this shoulder and speaks to Gandalf. And Gandalf's eyes cut this way. Because why? Because that's where Frodo's going to end up standing. So he was telling the viewer with their eyes, follow over here. And I thought, hell, I haven't seen that done in forever.
Right. And that's one of the reasons so many of the contemporary filmmakers suck, is because they don't study classic films.
Exactly right. Look at this.
Beautiful.
This is interior art. This is Santa Spina. And
how you're muted. You're muted. Hold on. There we go. I can't unmute you.
There you go. This is Santa Spina's art, and you can see how his interiors just pull your eyes in different directions.
Yeah.
And it's like, whenever I'm writing for him, I wanted to make sure that his art was kind of changed at a page so he could make that color palette make you feel different things.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I mean, his interiors and the way he did it makes you look in certain directions and just pulls you.
Absolutely.
And changes from panel to panel. Now, I get to write the panels, but whenever he's drawing it, this is one of my favorite right here.
Yeah. Like you said, that's the penciler or the artist doing their storytelling.
Fantastic. Yep. And the thing is, you can tell that Paul is one of those guys that's smart enough to not be the type of guy that goes, yeah, no, we're going to stick with my idea because my idea is better because it's my idea.
Right.
You have to put your ego. Your ego can't be part of that, because the only thing that matters is that finished product.
Right. And there is a dance. There's that talk, that give and take. There's an artist expression, and there's also that time whenever something's going to make a point in that story, And it really is whenever you get used to them. Like I said, I've been working with the sand for 2 books now, and now I'm starting to get ready for the 3rd book. We have such a rapport together. As a matter of fact, this next book that I wrote, I kind of wrote for him.
Exactly.
We sat down and we talked, and I was like, "What do you like? What do you want in a comic? What kind of things interest you?" And even though it wasn't exactly my kind of taste, I think it pulled out a different side of me that I haven't seen or put into any of my comic. So
And that is exactly the dynamic that makes a good band work.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know?
I always compare what we do to jazz, right? Or jazz improvisation, right? Where we're doing our thing and then we bounce it over to the artist and then they do their thing and they bounce it back to us, and it's a back and forth, and that's where you get magic.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's not all jazz. Some of it is Britney Spears.
Well, I mean, you have to let your artist. I mean, look, you have to let your artist have freedom.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. And I think, like, for instance, working with Preston, I only ever asked him to change one thing. And that was, like, he did a Zeppelin that looked very sort of steampunk.
Right.
And I was just like, wait, that, like, it's got these big bat wings and everything. It looks awesome. But I was thinking more of, like, like a World War I, pre-World War I, Civil War kind of technology. Right. So it should look like one of the early Zeppelins. And he was like, okay. And that's literally the only thing that I asked him to change. Every change that he made to my script improved it.
Fantastic. Yeah, it's always that good collaboration that does it. One of my best friends, you guys have seen him in the chat and on live streams. Charles Adams was one of the writers I worked with back in the 90s. And we've got a great dynamic. He can literally just come in and he'll listen to me ramble about my disjointed ideas, and he'll immediately just make one statement that coalesces a page or a whole scene. And like, thank you. That's what I was looking for.
Yeah.
So you have that great dynamic. But
having shorthand.
Yeah, because when you have that strong rapport, when I was on stage as a musician, I could just cut my eyes at the drummer, and he knew that I wanted him to do a particular fill because I was going to do a particular bass run. It's that kind of kinetic energy that you build up with creative folks that is just, it's almost undefinable.
Yeah.
But having said that,
and it's fun.
The writer I'm working for now, look, he's an asshole. He's hard to work with. I may or may not work with him again because he's me.
Right.
So I'm doing everything on this book except for the lettering, and that's the other side of this, because then you're carrying all the weight of your book on your shoulders.
I can't imagine that. Because that's the other thing too, is like, when I started doing when I did my first convention, like I said, New York Comic Con, jumping in at the deep end, I was like, well, how am I going to do this, right? And I realized, I'm going to hype the artist. I'm going to hype Adrian. I'm going to look at this art. Isn't this art amazing?
Yes.
Right? Because it was. Look what a beautifully drawn book this is.
Yes. Always easier to praise someone else than it is yourself.
Right, because how do you do that in a way that's not unseemly or arrogant?
Right. So there, some of that goes with the territory. That level of confidence can come across as arrogant. Think about some of the rock stars that you've loved over your lifetime. It takes a certain amount of arrogance to walk out on a stage and go, "Look at me." Well, it also takes that same level of arrogance to put a book out there and go, "Hey, look what I did."
Right. And you want to right, but then you want to balance that with humility.
You got to have the humility with it. But like I said, it takes a measure of that. It's really confidence, but it can come across as arrogance.
Yeah.
That was actually like one of the biggest compliments that I got. Like, I actually knew, like, my first issue, my first comic. I asked a friend of mine who was I know was going to be ruthless. And I was just kind of like, I gave it to him to read, and I was just like, well, what did you think? And he said, in one word, confident.
Yep.
And I was like,
exactly right.
Ugh.
Again, using those music analogies, if you go out on a stage and you have stage fright, it's going to come across to the audience. They're going to pick up on that energy. Same thing with your art.
Very much so. Very much so.
You put it out there, and you need to be confident that you have produced the best possible work that you can produce, and just trust the buyers, trust the backers, trust the readers to meet you where you are.
And because that's one of the problems that you see with contemporary comics, right? And in mainstream entertainment in general, they're always talking down to the audience.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
They're always everything's a lecture, and I always try to write in such a way where I'm eye to eye with my audience, because as a kid, one of the things I loved about the comic books that I was reading coming up in the 70s and the 80s was the fact that those comics were never talking down to me. As a child, I appreciated that so much.
Yep.
And whenever
we're
I
at
meet
3 backers now.
Oh yeah, getting there.
Well, no kid likes being talked down to.
No, it's horrible, because I remember what that felt like.
Yeah.
But that's why I
remember with Stan's soapbox, Stan would talk to us.
Yes.
Stan would talk to us in the soapbox like we were friends.
Eye to eye.
Hello, true believers. Welcome back.
Yeah, man. And whenever I've gotten the chance to meet any of these guys, any of these Hall of Famers, I always tell them, thank you for making comics that weren't talking down to me. Because everything else that was aimed at my age demographic, Super Friends, was talking down to me.
Yes. I distinctly remember when I was in high school, and we were going to do Shakespeare and literature, that this accelerated class had a bunch of numbnuts in there that could not read Shakespeare aloud when we were doing the parts. Buddy, I had read Thor for 10 years by then. Shakespeare was no problem whatsoever, because that writing forced me to come up to that level.
Yes.
It didn't spoon feed me anything.
And I'm sorry, because not to get off of Paul's campaign, but one story I got to share, because to me, this encapsulates so much of what comics meant to me when I was coming up. In 6th grade, I had a college level vocabulary.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I had a teacher that would be like, grading my paper, like, Crisco. He was like a mean old drunk. So, he was like, get up here. And then he would turn the page, the paper that he was grading, would turn it to me and say, what does that word mean? I'd be like, loquacious? Like talkative, chatty.
Yeah.
And then he'd look at me and I'd be like, all right, go sit down.
Yep.
And he was baffled.
I had the same experience. My lit teacher in 9th grade, the first half of the semester was Shakespeare. The second half was Tolkien.
Oh.
So she handed out the final exams for Tolkien, and I slept through her class, by the way. I answered all of her questions. They were essays, and then I wrote her 5 questions on the back and said, answer these. and so she...
Speaking of arrogance,
she called me up, and she's like, how did you sleep through the whole class and yet you blah, blah, blah? I said, some people read because they wanna.
There it is.
Dylan,
there it is.
2 things. Don't be taking about sleeping from class and take that you want to read because you want to.
Absolutely.
Do not follow my example, okay?
Well, it's like when I was sitting down and reading those comics, I had a dictionary right next to me.
Right.
Because if Dr. Doom used a word that I didn't understand, I wanted to know what that word meant.
Yes.
Because it mattered to me.
And you learn how to read in context to identify what something means.
Yes.
And I'll tell you, I understood the word puny from the Hulk.
Yes.
Understood it perfectly.
Yeah.
But had never heard it pronounced, so it was punny in my head.
Yeah. Me too. Yeah, me too, brother. Yeah.
Y'all talk about how much
Magic
comics meant to you because learning to read and stuff. I suffered from dyslexia, And
Oh.
so whenever, I was younger, it was like I couldn't really read these bigger books, but whenever I could read these comics, both of my sons are dyslexic as well, and that's one of the reasons I introduced them to comics. Dylan, it's helped improve his reading along the way.
Dylan, wait a minute. Dylan, what was that you just had in your hand, sir? Oh my God. He brought out my kryptonite.
Nectar of the gods.
Dad's got one too.
Oh.
That's right. I'm riding you out too.
How dare you?
You're coming down with the ship.
I thought you were my son.
That don't mean nothing.
I am now jonesing for a Dr. Pepper. And before long, I will be downbound in the car looking for an open store in the boondocks where I can get a Dr. Pepper. I remember when I lived way out in the country. I'm talking about they had to pipe sunshine into us. and I had a Dr. Pepper craving get up on me. I drove 30 minutes to a closed store because it had a pop machine outside and I could get a Dr. Pepper out of the machine.
Damn, son. But yeah, like dyslexia. When I was a kid, like you weren't dyslexic, you were stupid.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Now I didn't have dyslexia. I had attention deficit disorder.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically, inattentive attention deficit disorder. It was what it would be classified as now. But back then, I was just stupid.
Yeah.
And thank goodness that the kids who are coming up now understand. No, this does not mean that you're stupid. This is just a thing that your brain does, and
yes, it's just chemistry. That's all it is.
Yeah.
I was diagnosed hyperactive, and they were giving me some kind of medication that literally made my burps taste like rusted metal.
Oh.
That I detested. And my dad, he was an educator. He had his master's degree in education. He had a little understanding. So my dad introduced me to this miracle substance called coffee. With which I have a lifelong love affair, but which also enabled me to focus.
Yeah. I take speed, amphetamine.
Yeah. Yep.
And the thing that's crazy about that was I remember when my doctor first prescribed it to me, I was just like, oh, it's Adderall. I'm like, okay. And then I looked at the label. It's an amphetamine. It's just like freaking speed. Are my eyes going to start bulging out? Are my teeth going to start falling out? Am I going to be like dismantling the TV or digging?
I'm going to be eating people's faces under an overpass in Florida.
It's just like, calm the hell down. And just a teeny bit. Just give you a little bump, and works great. Works great.
So let's take another look, ladies and gents. Share this out, please. We're going to take another look at the trailer for Bushy Boo Circus. As I boomer my way through the multiple times you have to say, yes, share the thing. Let's get over here and take a look. Was that Dylan?
Nope.
Okay, all right.
That's his outfit, but it got stolen by the little one.
Okay.
He's trying to steal it from me all the time. He's taking my gig.
Hey, look, tell him that's your job security. He can't do that.
Yeah,
little brothers.
Tell him that's how you go to conventions and pick up girls.
Yeah. Well, listen, don't follow my example. But when my little brother would do that stuff, I would just kick a hole in him and leave him laying there. I wasn't a good brother. Bushy Boo Circus is live on Kickstarter. This is issue number 2 from the great Paul Gomez and his wonderful creative team. Be sure you go over and get your copy now. If you can't afford to back it right now, then by all means share this stuff out and make your friends and colleagues aware of it. And by the way, there is a Just Because donation over there. If you just love what Paul does and you want to throw a little money on there, we will not stop you from doing that.
Definitely, it'll help out towards the next project and help feed Dylan a little bit.
Yep.
And not drop Dylan on the side.
Get Dylan Dr. Pepper and pizza, doggone it.
Oh no, I'm stealing the Dr. Pepper from Dad. I ran out of my drink.
Oh no. Oh wait. What was your drink?
Big Red.
Big Red.
Or okay, so I switch from Big Red to Cherry Pepsi time to time, but most of the time it's Big Red.
Okay, Big Red is like is that like Red Pop?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, just between us, Dylan, Dr. Pepper is an upgrade. Dr. Pepper, listen, God has 2 beverages that he drinks, coffee and Dr. Pepper.
I don't drink coffee.
Okay, well, you will. You'll get there. When you get to college, you will love coffee. Stephen B.
Yes.
You hanging in there, buddy?
Yep.
Stephen B. is another hard charger. This young man is producing works as well. Issue number 2 of Crips and Legends is live on Indiegogo right now. And by the way, it is issue 2 of 50.
Yes, it is.
Just let that hang there for a minute. 50 issue story. Holy buckets. Pops, I'm going to need you to just shut up.
50 issues. So have you written them all out? Did you just write out the outlines?
I wrote out the synopsis and all right. I wrote out the synopsis. I had the whole thing kind of lined in my head, and I was like, and I was trying to make it like a good estimate of how many issues is going to be.
Right.
And I was like, holy crap, this is probably going to be like 50 issues.
Keep in mind, issue 1 has fully funded and is in fulfillment.
Yes.
Or has fulfilled.
Yeah, it has fulfilled. And here's my copy.
Nice. And issue 2 looks just as good, if not better. So be sure you go and reserve your copy now.
Though this kind, this kind you won't be able to get. The next one, when you back it, the next one will have my actual brand logo, my actual brand right here.
Nice. So when you do number 3, which by the way, he's going to skip to a different intellectual property and come back to number 3. When you come back to number 3, will there be a catch-up tier for 1 and 2?
Yes, there will be.
All right. Always look, I always encourage people to have a catch-up tier and have a retailer tier.
My plan for because I know not everyone's gonna be able to get this book. But my plan is to always have like a catch-up tier, and when it gets up to like 5 or 6 books, then I'm gonna put those 5 or 6 books in all into one trade paperback graphic novel, and I'm gonna sell that for $25.
Yeah. There you go. Stephen is. I admire him so much because he is determined this is going to be what he does for a living. And he took the what we all go through, the rejections from the big companies and whatever, and said, all right, like Thanos said, fine, I'll do it myself. And he's doing it himself, and he's killing it. Doing great.
A little sneak peek. I just need to remove the text so no one can read it.
Okay.
this is the one of the little jokes. One of the characters is trying to find out where this one particular character is what room he's in, so he can. I'm not gonna spoil that part. But this receptionist is pretty much giving him a bit of a hard time. So what
because that's protected information. You don't get to know that, sir.
So what he decides to do is to air quotes accidentally drop his prosthetic hand on her coffee.
Which I love. I mean, this is Arthur Eclipse.
Eclipse.
He is the uncle of the main character,
well,
and he is not above dropping his extremities on somebody to get what he wants.
well, he's trying to he wants to help the patient.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I don't want to reveal what he's gonna do. It's nothing bad. You know what? I might as well tell you this part. Something bad happened to this guy, and what he's trying to do is trying to erase his memory of that experience, and replace it with something else.
Right. So then my question becomes to Dylan. Dylan, how long before your first book? When does that happen?
Whenever I stop getting headaches.
When you stop getting headaches?
Yeah.
Listen, that's never.
Exactly.
Dylan, when's your next costume to cosplay?
That may also be the same answer. I don't know.
I thought you and Grandma were working on Elvis.
Oh dear God. They want me to sing Elvis.
That is a big ass cat, Stephen. Does the cat know it's that big?
Honestly, I don't know.
So seriously though, Paul, does Dylan write? Does he draw?
Not really. I mean, he helps with the writing. I throw ideas off him, and we still sit around and talk. Me, him, and his twin brother.
Okay, all right.
But they definitely go. They're all evil.
Listen, I'm not evil.
They take turns on going to the conventions and helping out, and love getting into stuff. Go into the comic book stores and help selling. Dylan's been great at that.
So my ex-wife was a twin, and she was the oldest twin, and never have 2 minutes mattered so much to a human being.
God. I know, right?
Which one is it, Dylan?
Colton's older than me by not even that much. It's barely anything.
Do you hear it in his voice? Older than me by that much.
I'm the oldest.
He's like, I can beat him.
2 minutes.
I can beat him.
I can beat him in just about everything, except he came into the world before me.
That is so funny. By the way, I've never known a set of twins where that wasn't true. They are all that way. Oh my goodness gracious. Let's take a peek over. All right, we're still at 3 backers. Be sure you head on over to Kickstarter and back Bushy Boo Circus Mysteries issues 1 and 2 right now. And head on over to Indiegogo and show some love to our friend Stephen B. on Crypts and Legends Volume 2. And William Ramos has, I think, multiple things hopping, don't you? Wilson, I'm sorry.
I do, but I'm mostly advertising the Kickstarter for Outer Spacemen that cover the the variant cover with the glow in the dark figure.
Outstanding, outstanding.
So it's the sign up page basically for that.
Yeah, yeah. And our own Rich Perotta has the Roaring in sign up right now on Indiegogo. I think it's on Indiegogo. Yeah, it's on Indiegogo. And, you know, with all humility, if you want to go sign up for the long-awaited Pariah, Blood and Mud by Doc Blalock, it is in sign up over on the Indiegogo. So get over there and show some love. Share that indie spirit. Thank you, Stephen Brown, dropping his links. Oh, my nose itches. My grandmother used to say, if your nose itches, somebody's coming to see you. If your palm itches, you're going to get some money. By the way, yesterday, I bought a lottery ticket for the $1 billion lottery.
Uh-oh.
And I still haven't checked it.
Wow.
And the drawing was like, what if I've been sitting out here with you pack of bozos and I'm actually a billionaire?
Then you need to buy us lunch.
I would still be here. We'd still be hanging out. I might have booked a private flight to go hang out down at the con with Pops.
And also, I'm going to be at a convention on August 20th, and selling my book, Crystal Legends.
Yeah, which convention you going to be at, Steven?
Infinity Toys. I'm going to be at the Infinity Toys convention in Osceola Heritage Park
In Florida.
in Florida.
Okay. All right. Fantastic. By the way, if you have a link for that anywhere, be sure you throw it out for us. There's the info for Wilson's work. And Wilson's a fairly newcomer to the comics related madness, and he's family already. We welcome aboard, Wilson. We're glad to have you.
Thank you. Happy to be here. It's been a lot of fun.
It is. It's always a blast. And there is no stream is complete without Q hanging out and doing his thing. Yeah.
Yep.
We'll get him on camera one of these days.
Definitely.
I think Chris Gow has fallen asleep at his desk. Uh-oh, wait a minute. Somebody's talking to me? Oh, no, that was Q. And I wish that Pops was still streaming so we could spy. Yeah, let's take a look. Oh, your lighting's gone to hell on you, brother. There we go. Oh, wow.
Hold on a second. Whoop, there you go.
Yeah. Looking good, bro.
All good. Only needs, some little minor details.
Nice.
Looking good. Looking good.
Thank you.
All right. Stephen B approves. Dylan approves. Doc approves.
Yeah.
And there you go, folks. There's the link to the Infinity Toy Con happening down in Florida. If you have the opportunity and you're in the area, go see Stephen. Show him some love and support. And yes, absolutely. After a period of dormancy, Wilson has come back alive on YouTube. So head on over there and subscribe. I have a YouTube channel. Just look up Doc Blalock on YouTube. It is spelled like it sounds, Blalock. In spite of the fact that it's spelled exactly how it sounds, all my life I've gotten teachers that would go, Christopher blah, 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 blah. Come on. It's not Blalock. Say it with me. Blalock.
Blalock.
But always you get those boneheaded teachers that have degrees in education. They can't read. Q found out the family's Dutch. Our heritage is Dutch. We thought we were German, but no. We're from Dutchland.
Dutchland.
That sounds Dutch. Blalock. Blalock is a little mixture of a Dutch and Anglicanized.
Yeah. The original was Loche and not Lock.
I'm
But
just
then
gonna write it down. Hold on.
they all kind of branched
Is
out
it
all
L?
over creation.
Is it Loch, right?
That's
The original
Doc.
spelling was Blaloche. Blalock.
Balach. Ah, now it is. Oh shit, Balach. I recognize that part because
And then
in Dutch, there's a word they call it belachelijk, and in Dutch the word belachelijk means ridiculous.
okay, I resent that to my core, Quentin.
But that's the only the little bits of I recognize a few words.
Yeah,
but it doesn't
it's
match
literally
the word.
a bastardization of Blackwater.
Yep. There you go.
Black Lock. But I think that was one of those Ellis Island boo-boos where they just assumed that's what it was. The only claim to fame my whole lineage has is one of my ancestors was the captain of the ship that took Pocahontas to England. That's it. That's all we've got. Other than that, it's just a bunch of serial killers and janitors.
That's still pretty amazing, though. Getting a Pocahontas a ride to England, that's amazing.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure that guy got drunk and died of an alcohol overdose before the trip back. But obviously he had some kids because I'm here. Welcome back, Brian.
Thanks for having me back. Where are we at with the campaign? Have we hit 1,000 yet?
Not quite yet. We're at 4 backers as of this moment with 109. So 10% of that goal is already reached.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And I am delighted for that. Let's just keep it streaming along. And keep in mind, here we are on a Saturday night late when people are out spending their money at clubs.
Right.
You got
Or
backers.
at parties.
Or at parties. That's right, Dylan.
Or watching Saturday Night Live.
God help us.
God. Hasn't been cool in like 30 years.
I know, right? When the original crew left, it was kind of, no.
Well, I mean, I'm dating myself here, but I remember when Saturday Night Live was like the voice of the counterculture.
Yes.
And now it's the voice of the establishment.
And remember their competitors, Fridays. They had the premiere.
I do.
Of what's his name from Seinfeld, the crazy guy.
Kramer,
the actor, was on Fridays.
Michael Richards, yes.
And
they did a skit called Diner of the Living Dead, which was way before zombies were cool.
Yes.
And it was considered so shocking that they never showed it again. That it was like missing from like.
And I remember Kiss appeared and did 2 live songs on Fridays.
Yes.
Back when you couldn't get them to come on TV, so that was cool.
Yes. Although I think
comic.
What, Steven?
Kiss even had their own comic.
They had their own comic.
Not only did they have their own comic, it was written by Steve Gerber, who created Howard the Duck, and wrote for G.I. Joe and a bunch of other TV shows, Thunder the Barbarian.
Yeah.
It was printed with genuine Kiss blood.
Yes, it was.
They were.
That's basically the first gimmick comic.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it's mainly because Gene is a huge comic book fan.
Really? And
Gene
would put the Kiss logo on a coffin and sell it. As a matter of fact, he
did. It's almost as cooler though.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's huge comic geek.
Horror movie geek, comic book geek.
He did what was it? Kiss Nation. It came out in 1994. I was doing promotions and conventions for Marvel, and he was at the booth. He was doing trivia, like off the top of his head.
Yeah.
Just to everybody, and he knew his stuff. To a certain date, because the best comic you ever read was the first 10 years of when you discovered comics.
Yes.
Yes.
That was the best.
But in my
time
case,
period.
that is objectively true, Wilson.
Right.
I'm just saying.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, it's like if you're gonna question me on like horror trivia, I could throw down. But if it's like stuff from like the last 20 years, not as quite as well.
Yeah. People talk about the music that's popular now, and I realized that I think I turned off in 1990 because I lived through the 70s and the 80s, the best music ever. There's no point after that. Everything goes downhill. And think about this, ladies and gentlemen. If you are if you're an atheist, then the earth is millions of years old. If you're a Christian, it's 10,000 years old. However, both of those are long stretches of time, and we were fortunate enough to live when Eddie Van Halen and Randy Rhoads existed in one time and one place.
Yeah, I mean, I actually like a lot of music from the 90s, but I was like a punk rock guy and loved alternative rock. I think there was a lot of good stuff in the 90s, but then alternative music became mainstream. And I mean, look, at the 80s, it's just like, you had some great bands, but you also had Culture Club.
Well, true. And we had all the one-hit wonders, but God, what hits they were. It's Bam! When he would sing, "Do You Really Want to Hurt Me?" my answer was always yes. I want to run over you with a bus. But
it's like genuinely horrible music. But there's also great stuff. But that's the thing. There's always good art, right? It's just very often the good stuff, where do you find it? It's underground.
Yes, the indie comics right now is where you're going to find the good art, the good stories, the good customer service. But we were also blessed to have lived during the time of Jack Kirby,
yes,
the Buscemas, George Perez, John Byrne, Peter David,
Mike Flug.
But yes, we were
Gene
truly.
Dean Colan.
Oh hell yeah, Gene Colan.
Like real masters, and
yes.
And that's the thing that pisses me off about the current culture is the lack of respect for the OGs. Like that just always makes my blood boil, right?
These are not your toys, and people better than you created them.
Yep.
Show some respect.
Well, but that's the thing is they don't want to show respect, and in fact, they want to do quite the opposite.
Yes.
What they're doing is cultural vandalism. In my opinion,
yes,
and it's to a large degree intentional.
Yes,
Tom King, former CIA.
A wise man once said, "Without respect, we reject."
Yeah, there it is.
Yes,
there it is. Yep, and it's these media companies and these comic book publishers. They're letting you know. They're telling you that they don't like you.
We are at 5 backers now on Bushy Boo
Awesome.
Circus Mystery Issues 1 and 2.
Booyah.
5 backers already.
Hell yeah.
Fantastic.
And folks, I can't repeat this often enough. You are getting the first issue for free.
Yeah.
It's an add-on that's up there. I double checked it. It's in there. So all you have to do is click that add-on. You're getting it for free.
It's the first 48 hours. Go get it.
Yes. Yeah. Without a doubt.
Proven creative team, a proven fulfillment and publishing team, and a high quality product.
So talking about the OG artists and storytellers and whatnot, whenever I did get a hold of my first editor, he taught me Will Eisner. That was one of the great masters, and I didn't exactly have that in my life until I was kind of told to study it. But
that's fine.
I was a fan of Image and Valiant and all that stuff that came out around whenever I was younger, and whenever I was trying to teach my kids to kind of get into comics, I wanted them to learn a little bit more of the odder stuff, again, non-mainstream, if you will.
Right.
But whenever I started learning how to write my stories, Will Eisner came into my life, and even though I knew a little bit of the spirit, I read some of his books, like A Contract with Life, and just some of his
little bit of the spirit.
beautiful work.
I read some of his books.
Okay, you got the old.
The echo,
All right.
echo.
We're good now. Hey, Pops, what's up, buddy?
Hey, we're in the room. We're just chilling.
Hey, Chris, what's going on, man?
Been out of Holmes.
So we're up to 5 backers already.
What up, fellas?
Keep it up, yo. Keep it up.
Absolutely.
We're holding it down for you, Pops.
Dude, you guys are doing awesome. I love you guys.
Love you too, man.
Paul.
You know, we have talked a lot about a lot of the talent that's on the panel and in the chat, but let's don't forget Pops Van Zant, the most selfless promoter out there. The guy tirelessly works almost every day of the week. No compensation whatsoever to get your products out in front of people.
We don't mind compensation. We
don't discourage it. We don't discourage it.
He'll take free comics.
But and he'll take free comics too. Yes.
What fool in his right mind is going to say no to free comics? That's all I'm saying.
But Pops is out there slogging away, doing this just because he loves it. So
that's pretty much it, man.
And we appreciate it.
I was telling these
do.
guys, man. They're like, you had fun today, and I told them, I said, man, I have fun every time I do this show, whether I'm at home or like I did from Pete's house that one weekend.
Mm-hmm.
I love doing this show. This was next level. This was God level fun, bro. That stream today, the stream tomorrow is going to be awesome. Look, we got the big screen set up for tomorrow for the draw stream. So everybody walking by is going to see you guys drawing on the big screen.
Amazing.
Yep.
Amazing.
Awesome.
I will be there, and I am definitely going to not show a damn thing unless it's perfect.
Well, one of the things I missed
Just remember, Kurt Angle is going to be right across the aisle.
Oh,
yeah.
Looking at that big screen,
Yo, Kurt!
We got the VIP passes. We are going to talk to Kurt tomorrow.
Yes.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And keep in mind that when Kurt Angle is looking at that widescreen, I have control of the camera.
But guess what, Doc?
Suck it, Rich.
Tomorrow I will have my
shit.
So wait. I want to make sure I understand that, Pops, for real. You'll be back in the anchor position tomorrow.
Well, I mean, I'll have my own.
It's a yes or no.
You're my co-host, dude. You're here. I'm here.
Yes,
but I will be walking. We're definitely going to cover World War Dan's game. We're going to do a demo of the game. We're going to do a demo of one of Chris's games before the draw stream. All right.
Yeah.
So the first couple hours in the morning, and we invited a bunch of people after the show. After I left the show today, we walked up and down Artist Alley. We gave out the flyers. We told everybody right where our booth is. We were like, come over. Tell everybody who you are and what you do. So you're going to see people tomorrow you've not seen before.
Fantastic.
And, the show-offs, we're just going to snatch people out of the aisle. Yeah. Hey, what have you bought today?
Yeah, come show us what you bought for our show.
It's the show-offs.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to we have a great time on the live draw stream. It's almost as unhinged as just the morning brew.
Yeah, I don't think anything can be as unhinged as the morning brew.
Yeah, morning brew. You would think these people were doing hard drugs, and it's just coffee.
It's the one show I could be ashamed of sometimes.
Thank you. So, Pops, I'm going to hand it over to you. I am literally
don't have control, Doc. I'm on Chris's laptop.
Oh, okay. Well, then we're getting close to the end because my ass is paralyzed.
I'm gonna have to step out sometime in the near future.
All right. Well, it's almost 10. It's almost 10. We'll go to 10. We'll show some commercials and stuff. Doc, right? We'll
Yep. And I'm watching Bushy Boo the whole time.
That's what I want to see. I want to see that right now. Pop that back up.
You better believe it.
And folks, remember, it costs you nothing just to share that link.
Absolutely. Right. Share it with your fellow enthusiasts.
Yes.
Who enjoy creatives.
Handmade comics.
And back and share Krypton Legends.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Back
And
to
sign up
Krypton
for
Legends issue
Pride
2.
Bloody Mud.
There we go.
5 backers, 130. What's the goal? 1,000? Look, yo, come on, everybody. Come on.
We're over 10% on the launch itself. That's fantastic. Let's take another look at this video because I absolutely love the music and the art, so why not?
Hell yeah.
Bass players killing it.
Hey, Doc, what do you know about Push Black? Push Black Cola.
Hold on one second. What do I know about what?
Push Black Cola.
Push Black Cola? Never heard of it. Talk to me about it.
I got it here in Georgia.
Push Black. Well, hold on. Let me embiggenate you.
Hold up. I got to pull it out of the koozie.
Push Black Cola.
Black. Push Black Cola.
Is that the coffee Coca-Cola mix?
I don't know. It just says pushing cola taste to the limit. It's pretty good.
Okay, all right. Because I remember Coke Black, B-L-A-K. I loved it.
Coke, I wouldn't have bought it.
It was Coke and coffee, and sweet Jesus, was it ever good?
Doc, you and coffee, bro.
I mean, what do you want from me, man? I've been dead for 10 years. The coffee just keeps me moving.
Hey, I want to thank all you guys for coming out. Everybody who backed Bushi already, love you.
Yes.
Love you.
Yes. Thank you. Panel, it's been an amazing night.
Doc, let everybody say where they're.
I'm going to go around that right now. It's been an amazing night. We've been delighted to have you guys hanging in the chat with us as long as you have. Thank you for coming. And let's go around. I think Brian is bailed already. So, Paul, tell people who you are, where they can find you.
I am Paul Gomez, brand new writer and creator. I am on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. I'm Paul Gomez 790, and you can catch me on Comic Crusaders on the shows that I co-host there every week.
Cool.
All right. Dylan, tell people where they can. No, I'm just kidding. We're not going to dox the minor. Wilson Ramos Jr. Where can people find you, sir?
You could catch me anywhere in the drift. All you gotta do is just look for Ramos Comics or Ramos Kaiju. That's basically all of my Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. It's on either one of those two names. And here on YouTube, you can find me under Wilson Ramos Jr.
Absolutely. And Stephen B.
Yeah, crap. You can find me on Twitter and on Instagram at Bullcat Studios, and my Krypton Legends #2 is out on Indiegogo. The link is in the description.
Yep.
And I got a YouTube channel. Yep. Called Student Brown Art, where I'll be drawing anything to prints to comic pages.
Fantastic.
Come on over and say hi.
Yes, absolutely do that. Stephen B is one of us. He's a great guy.
He shows up to the ball stream every week.
Yo.
Yep.
Yo.
Q, where in the world can people find you in the Netherlands?
You can find me on Facebook.
And that's it.
Quentin
That's
White.
it.
Yeah. He don't even tell you his name. His name's Quentin White. and you can find him on Facebook, and you can find him in the madness. And really, that's the
Almost every time we have a panel, Q is with us. He's a heck of a guy. We're always glad to have him. Pop, shill yourself a little bit there, buddy.
No, go up there to Brian. He's back. Go up there, Brian. He's back.
Oh, Chris Cow, where in the hell can people find more of the beautiful, big, bad, and bald Brian Criscow?
You can find me on the Twitter at Brian Criscow. You can find me also on the YouTubes. You can also find me on the YouTube at Brian Criscow. Right now, my channel is at I think about 276. If you can, shoot me a subscribe. Trying to get to 1,000. And on Tuesdays, on Tuesdays, I do a CG horror movie club where we we all agree to watch a horror movie ahead of time. It's always something that's not behind a paywall. So it's like a link to watch a movie for free, uncensored, usually with commercials on something like Tubi or Plex or Peacock or whatever. Sometimes it's a YouTube link, but that way you can watch the movie beforehand to join us to discuss it, or tune in and listen to us talking about the movie, showing pictures from it. Since we can't show video clips, unfortunately, I do take screenshots and everything. And then if the movie sounds intriguing and you're like, damn, that sounds great, I want to watch that, link is in the description. You just have to click on it and boom.
And some of his shows get 1,000, 2,000 views. It's crazy, man. It's like
6K.
Yeah,
I don't even have I've got 270 subs. Hook a brother up.
Yeah,
all you people that are watching, subscribe.
Damn button.
But you know what? It's a casual stream. Pops is usually hanging out, and it's and of course my man Matt Butch Cleaver Burke. Go check his book out, Butch Cleaver. It's a heck of a lot of fun.
Yes.
And of course, my boy Sim. My boy Preston. That's just support indie comics and support the scene. And
yes, absolutely.
Support people that don't despise you.
They don't hate your guts.
They don't hate your guts. That actually genuinely love you.
Yes, absolutely. I want to thank.
I can't imagine a comic creator or anyone in the mainstream would hate your guts. Like, what the hell?
It's insane.
These
are crazy times. Clown World.
We want to thank Hex Allen. We want to thank Apex for coming out. We want to thank Rex Christian for coming out. All you guys that came and hung out in the chat. Pale Rider, always good to see you, buddy.
Definitely.
Rich Perotta will be on the draw stream tomorrow, hanging with us. So will Stephen B. Come hang. And Quentin will be with us also. And if you have not yet done so, Comics Talk with Pop Van Zant, right down there below you, those doobly doos. Give that a thumbs up. Subscribe. Ring the bell. You know what's up.
And join us tomorrow because it's going to be lit, bro.
Oh, dude, I'm gonna get up earlier than I did today. I'm not missing that.
Now look, yesterday today Kurt left at 3, so Kurt's going to be in the first 2 hours. I promise you.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay, and we're going to demo 2 games before the draw stream, and we're going to have Kurt Angle before the draw stream. Now, during the draw stream, I might have to jump over there and talk to some of these other people, these other celebs, and see if we can get them to come talk to us, right?
Yeah.
So, during the draw stream, I might be running around, but you guys got that. That's what you do. For the show-offs, like I said, we're going to Rex and Dave are going to be here, and they'll be showing stuff, but we're also going to snatch people out of the aisle. Hey, what's the bag? And see if we can get them to show us the stuff they bought at the con.
Absolutely.
And you might get some kind of idea what they're looking for.
Absolutely. And in the meantime, I'm Doc Blalock. You can find me on the Twitterverse there at Doc Blalock 8404. I have a YouTube channel, just Doc Blalock. Very simple. I am forever and always hanging out with this lunatic in the bottom down here. So you can find me here on the Madness Comic Network and on Comic Talk with Pops Van Zant. I used to speak for a living, too.
We got one more very special. Well, we got a couple very special people we got to thank for this. Okay. This guy over here. this guy over here. Everybody say thanks, Chris, because without Chris, I wouldn't be here.
Laughing Rogue.
Thanks, Chris.
Laughing Rogue, yo, Laughing Rogue
Oh,
Games.
yeah.
Go check it out. And you got to give some love to World War Dan. You got to give some love to Tank Ferret and Legion for coming down here, getting me down here, bringing me down here, inviting Chris down here, and putting on a great show. And tomorrow, like I said, but today was fun. Tomorrow is going to be freaking awesome. Yo.
It's going to be lit.
Tell your friends.
Lit. That's what those young people say. All right, so we're gonna play some commercials now and get out of here. Hey, have a great
When you're done, before you do, put the CRoM Con overlay up and then play the commercials. That way, when it goes between commercials, you won't see all of us again.
I've got it up. I've got the CRoM Con overlay for.
No, that's the background. I say put the overlay over us. And
High maintenance, man. High maintenance. I tell you.
Hey, there's a system to the show. We do. A method to the. See, there you go.
I'm playing some commercials. Panel, love you guys. Chat, you guys.
Much love, everybody.
Let's watch some stuff.
Peace and love. Talk to you soon.
Take care.
Have a good night.
Have a good night.
The original intention of the film was just for my personal use, but I thought with it being such a unique thing that I'd like to offer it to anybody who wants to see it. On the first visit, Jack took us into his another room, a separate room, and there were these brown parcels full of artwork piled up. And he said to me, "You draw like I do." We were in the studio for 5 hours, you know, it was fantastic. And there's this, he's got this desk, and everything he's ever drawn has come from this desk. And then I would just go with the flow, and that's what this film is about. It's just a unique film of him.
He says, "I beat you." He says, "They say we came in under the dead heat." He says, "That's not true because I beat you." And the American said, "Well," he says, "if you like to think so," he says, "but I know the real story." He says, I know I clearly won that one." Well, Joe is 6'3", and I was a run, from the Lower East Side. And being Joe's partner was an advantage to me because Joe was believable. You know, they would talk to Joe, and the Goodman brothers would get to know him. Martin Goodman owned Marvel at that time. He went to his mother and he says, "Look, Jackie got a job drawing." He says, "They're paying him part. They're paying him money for drawing." He says, "Suppose I go with Jackie." He says, he says, "They'll pay me money." He says, "I'll draw and they'll pay me money." He said, "I'll give the money to you," which we did. We gave it all to our mothers. They called me from Nassau. You know, I lived in Long Island. And they say, "Would you like to come down and draw these guys in training?" I swear, this is not a story. And I said, "Yes, of course, I'd love to come down."
From author Brian K. Morris comes a tale of irreverent holiday horror, told with much inappropriate humor. Dr. Victor Frankenstein creates the spirit of giving himself. Ho, ho, ho. Santastein, or the post-holiday Prometheus. Available at Amazon.com. Get your copy today.
We're all alone, no chaperone can get our number. The world's in slumber, let's misbehave. There's something wild about you, child, that's so contagious. Let's be outrageous, let's misbehave. When Adam won Eve's hand, he wouldn't stand for teasing. He didn't care about those apples out of season. They say the spring means just one thing to little lovebirds. We're not above birds, let's misbehave.
Gotta have my pops.